احمد بتراجع للبوست، نوبو كذلك بلمسه اخيره لكن بدون اي صناعه. او خالد بريجم من السيلينج، عبد الله لا مستحيل يا عبد الله.
الطيران اللي كان عند باسل الان نص ملعب، تدخل سريع وتفجير، لحظه الاداء يريد الله 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 يا نادر يا سلام.
لا هل فالكونز راح يرخون دفاعاتهم ولا لا؟ الروس في محاوله، يا عيني عليك والله مستحيل يا روس.
الاخر اسمه جلاء ترك الان، ترك عند الاستحواذ 1v1 تقريبا، فيك ارضيه يا سلام. لا 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 مستحيل.
إضاعة الوقت أمام اللاعب ترك، ترجع سهلة عند كيلرز، كيلرز يا عيني عليك، يمكن تمتاب، ما ينفي بامب، ما ينفي لاعب يتغطى لهذه الهجمات.
هذا الهدف وصاحب الحسم كلوز، تمريره
جميلة الآن فرصة تسجيل، يا عيني عليك يا بيقليها من البوست، ترجع عند محسن الآن، محسن من الباك بورد، يمكن تمتاب، زاوية ضيقة، لا 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 يا محسن مو بالطريقة هذه. صح أن زيادة الأهداف، صح أن عندك فرص، صح أنك ما توجد
بشكل سريع. تمريره المحسن جميلة جدا من السيلينج، ترتد جميل جدا يا سلام. الله 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 الله. صعب على برفادو لكن ما هي مستحيلة، الضغط عليهم الآن مستمر على طول. نادر يخلص الكرة، تسير سريع للزاوية، الله يا روس. يزيد من نص الملعب، تدخل ثنائي من عند جي كي. الاخطاء صراحه متواجده من الطرفين. نوبو هجمه فرديه، الله 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 جدا يثبتون هذا الشيء في هذه المباراه، لكن فرصه ضايعه من برفادو الان. عبد الله في الانهاء، يا سلام
يا ساتر
والله حلوه 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 من عبد الله. تسديده سريعه ترتد فوق العارضه، ممكن احد يقرا الباك بورد، دبل من كيلو. يا ساتر يا ساتر يا ساتر. عالي والاثاره والتشويق، ترك الان يستلم الكره، فيرسات جميل رايح للدبل، الله 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 تقريبا، لكن محسن تدخل بدون اي فرصه، اي مساحه، تمريره مرتده.
جهه المقابله جميع عناصر تويستد ماينز متراجعين، فالكونز بالاحرى متقدمين، ترك بريست، ترك يتقدم، ترك بهدف،
تمريره ذكيه،
تسديد على المرمى لكن تخليص من نوبو،
الله لنا
الله يا فالكونز.
4 مواسم تحديات تحبس الأنفاس ومنافسات صنعت النخبة، وتأهلت منها الأندية عن طريق جمع النقاط من كل موسم، والنقاط كالتالي: والمركز الأول 100 نقطة من كل موسم، المركز الثاني 70 نقطة، والمركز الثالث 40 نقطة، والمركز الرابع 30 نقطة، والمركز الخامس 20 نقطة، والمركز السادس 20 نقطة. وبدأ الموسم الأول في 17 مارس 2024، والجراند فاينل كان بين تيم فالكون ورول 1، وتوج تيم فالكون أمام رول 1 بنتيجة 4-1.
وصل خليل كيلرز باس لترك، ترك من الباك بورد امام المرمى، ما في اي مدافع، تاتينا خلاص يا فالكونز الى.
وترتيب النقاط بعد نهاية الموسم الأول صار في تاريخ 9 جون. اشتدت المنافسة من اللاعبين بعد نهاية الموسم الأول. بعد ما دخلنا على الموسم الثاني شفنا الجراند فاينل اللي كان بين تويستد مايند وتيم فالكون، وتويستد مايند قدرنا ينتصر في هذه المواجهة، وقدرنا نشوف براكت ريست.
فرصة الآن لكن أحمد تعثر بشكل سريع، سووا تمرير لمحسن، محسن تسديد، يا لا يا تويستد، والله اللي قاعد تسوونه جنون، اللي قاعد تسوونه مختلف تماما، سيناريو جميل جميل جميل.
لكن بعد نهاية هذه المباراة اتضح لنا انتصار وفوز وانتقام تيم فالكون أمام تويستد مايند، وبكذا تيم فالكون توج بلقب الموسم الثاني.
تاج لا جديد يذكر ولا قديم يعاد، ترك، روص، كيلرز، أبطال الدوري السعودي للرياضات الإلكترونية في لعبة روكيت ليج في الميجر فاينلز الثاني. معانا تيم.
وترتيب النقاط بعد نهاية الموسم الثاني صار وصلنا للموسم الثالث في 28 سبتمبر، وفتحت نافذة الانتقالات بعد نهاية موسمين من الكفاح والمنافسة. لكن ما أتوقع أنها تغيرت أشياء كثيرة، لأن ما زال تيم فالكون المركز الأول 3 مرات على التوالي أمام تويستد مايند بالجراند فاينل بنتيجة 4-2.
برلين زي ما اعتدنا عليه، مرتدة وهدف مرمى متاح، رواص يا رواص. تيم فالكون هدف رابع في آخر 7 ثواني، ونقدر نقول الآن عالمي يا فالكون.
وأصبحت النقاط بعد نهاية الموسم الثالث. وفي الموسم الرابع ما تغيرت أشياء كثيرة، لأن تيم فالكونز ما زال هو المسيطر، وقدر أنه يحصل على المركز الأول أمام تويستد مايند بنتيجة 4-2.
والآن عند روض مسؤولة، تمريرة ذكية، تسديد على المرمى، لكن تخليص منه، جول الله يا فالكونز.
والنقاط أصبحت بعد نهاية الموسم الرابع. هذه قصة الأبطال بعد نهاية 4 مواسم من المنافسة. 6 أندية جاهزة للتشامبيونشيب وهدفهم واحد.
Welcome everybody to the Saudi eLeague Championships. We had that whole breakdown there about what's happened all year long here in the Saudi eLeague. And of course, it's Falcons absolutely dominating every single major. Twisted Minds getting close a couple of times, but it's been between those two teams and obviously some competition to meet them. But haven't had much success against them with GK and R8 here as well. Jorby and Hercules bringing you through the English stream of the Saudi eLeague Championship. Herc, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's a nice early morning on our side of the water over here, but it's a good one. I mean, it's crazy that there's like a whole other league that goes on the entirety of the year, and now they're also coming to a close as the end of 2024 approaches. And I mean, it's just one last time for the Falcons to try and go out with another bang, another win, and an attempt for everyone else to try and take them down.
Yeah, I mean, that's really difficult, especially considering how they just did at the last LAN they played, the FIFA E World Cup. Falcons taking it for Saudi Arabia, and no doubt gives them tons of confidence in their own region. Not that they really need much more of it with how successful they've been. But Twisted Minds, a couple times, they get real close to beating this team. But taking a look at our participating teams, we do have Vision, R8, Twisted Minds, GK, Falcons, and Bravado. Bravado did end up forfeiting. We'll probably get to that a little later. So we're down to just 5 teams left in this double elimination bracket. Both of the first matches, Bravado won't be playing. Vision gets the win there, so they'll go on to play Team Falcons. But again, you have R8, GK, and Twisted Minds. So Hercules, looking at these teams, seen a couple of these players before, even across the pond outside of Twisted Minds. But if we're looking at, the likes of R8, with Basil, Tillim, and maybe they can get something done. Dr. Known and Nush, I believe, had their first LAN in Major 4 in the Saudi eLeague. I might be wrong about that, but looking back, it seems like that was the case. Either way, we take a look at that bracket. You do see Falcons and Vision up there. But yeah, Herc, as far as who we may be expecting here, maybe just be Falcons Twisted Mind once more.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be very realistic about it, in the easiest sense, you're going to most likely see Falcons and Twisted Minds in the end of things. My eye really is probably going to be following GK Esports. This is the invited team out of everybody here. So it's been a little bit of a different road for them. And I know Nick is coming in to coach this team. That was a little bit of a switch up for them as well. So maybe a new, fresh perspective could help them sneak their way and cause a couple upsets that people weren't expecting.
Yeah, Nick has been all over the place, coaching a lot of different teams. I'm curious if that will translate to anything immediate with coaching. Usually it takes a couple of tournaments, but we can take a look at that match schedule. Again, Bravado Vision would have been our first game, but Bravado did forfeit their first upper bracket match. So they will have a match in the lower bracket. But we are not doing any of those lower bracket matches today. It's all about these first 4 matches in the upper bracket. So we start with R8 versus GK, then we move on to Falcons versus Vision, and then Twisted Minds versus the winner of R8 and GK. And then we'll have our winners final sorted out. We go over to the lower bracket tomorrow, but these are the 3 matches that you can expect today here in the upper bracket.
Yep, these are some really good ones too. Honestly, of course, the forfeit might have thrown a lot of people for a loop, and probably including the team itself. But thankfully for them, like you said, this isn't quite the end of the road. They are headed to the lower bracket, but that is for a story tomorrow. The name of the game is today. And of course, up first, we've got R8 Esports versus GK Esports. So an invited team versus the number 3 seed here in our bracket. I mean, Jorby, again, you have the invited team, and I think that that's the storyline I'm probably going to follow the most, is the one that kind of just swooped in. Is this where, you know, you find the team that might actually upset Twisted Minds? Is one of those possible teams?
Well, in that Major 4 final, they did end up losing to GK in a best of 5. It went 5 games for R8. So, you know, not historically a matchup. I believe that's the only time they actually played each other as well. So, you know, with them being that invited team, they actually did take that upset against them the last time. But R8, you know, these are not unknown names none of these players are unknown names in Saudi Arabia. But, you know, I am particularly familiar with Basel. Hatem was on this team before, but Hatem is out and Telem is in with Suspect as well. And I'm curious to see how Telem goes in this roster. Maybe he can be what helps get this R8 team over the edge on this GK from the last major.
I definitely want to see if there's pop-off capability, because you're kind of either going for one of 2 things, right? You're either going to have the really, really solid defensive third out of him that's going to really ensure that things aren't, you know, falling out of their hands and slipping, you know, from their grip, or we might get our pop-off potential from him, and he's the one that's just running up the numbers with his teammates, and maybe there's like a feeder kind of energy coming out. But like you said, excited to see what, you know, he brings to the table in this matchup.
Now, also, I believe I misread it. I think they won 3-2 against GK. But looking at the GK roster, you have Yazid. I believe it's OEF9. I was a little different than what I had seen on my sheet, and then Uval as well. So GK got 6th at the last major. Not the result they obviously want, but you get a little more LAN experience and a little more time. And like we said, with Nick as their coach, might show them something a little different here.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I know Nick had tweeted it out that he was going to be working with this roster a little bit, and there have been a couple of third player moves around, unless this is just a name change, but I think to my knowledge it's been that third player that's been kind of swapped around a little bit. But like you said, Nick, he's got the perspective from not only different teams, but from a bunch of different regions as well. So there's a lot that he can bring to the table. But of course, like you said, short period of time, you don't really know how quickly that change can, you know, be effective in an event like this. But hopefully, I mean, it's gonna do something, because I mean, of course, against a team like R8 Esports, this is quite a big challenge here.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at this match in relation to the rest of this tournament, this winner goes on to play Twisted Minds, and it doesn't really matter which team comes out of this. Neither has really been successful against either top team here in Saudi Arabia. So you're really just kind of looking at both of these teams and you're wondering, do they have that next level to actually bring it to Twisted Minds, take a couple of more than just one game off of them? Because every time you look and you see when they get either to like the lower final or even in the upper semifinals, in all of these majors, it is a dominant win by a Twisted Minds, by a Team Falcons. And so you're hoping that with all of that LAN experience and all of that practice that you're getting, that helps you take your team to the next level. And there's talent on both of these squads for sure. But that's kind of where you're at with this first one, looking ahead and trying to figure out, do either of these teams have what it takes to beat one of those top 2 teams, especially Twisted Minds, who are next on that peg, right? You know, the Falcons at the top, clear favorite. Twisted Minds right there with them. They've taken a couple of bracket resets against Falcons, just have never been able to actually get the win. So for both of these teams, it's about, can we put together a good performance here that is good enough, gives us enough confidence to actually take on Twisted Minds?
Yep, there's a lot of challenges to go and try and close that gap between the top 1 and top 2. But for now, I think it is almost time for the national anthem. But before we get into that one, Jorby, any final thoughts?
I don't have any real final thoughts about it. I think we've nailed everything there. I'm excited to see GK and what they can do with Nick as their coach. R8, I'm also curious about Telem and how he will do for this match. So those are my kind of 2 keys. I'm looking at Telem, who comes in for this team from Major 4, or not from Major 4, but after Major 4 for the champion. Maybe that can give them an edge here. So let's go ahead and get started with the day with the national anthem.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير.
Always a great feeling when you get onto a LAN, no matter where you go, no matter where you are. You know, it's always fun to play any kind of esport on LAN, especially Rocket League, and obviously a very special thing for all of these players to get to play on stage in front of any kind of crowd. There's really few things like it when it comes to video games, Hercules. So the host inviting everybody onto the stage, introducing the teams on stage. That's who we'll be looking at here. But I believe it was, I think, an OE that we saw the name on GK, who was FSOL, but renamed.
Yes.
So FSOL, that third player.
A name change confirmed. So it is still technically the same roster that they competed in with before, which means all, head-to-heads still stand in this matchup. It'll be pretty interesting. I do know players are about to walk out on stage, and like we talked about, I mean, getting to be on LAN, especially in Rocket League, is so special. And of course, when you're coming from this region, right, a lot of the times they're sending forward Falcons in that spot, so a lot of these teams don't really get the opportunity to compete out there in front of a crowd, in front of an audience, or even just against each other in person. So this is a really fun way to close out the year. Of course, they've had a couple of head-to-heads throughout 2024, but one last time before we go into 2025, and we're gonna see who's the first team to walk out. It's gonna be R8 Esports.
R8 coming out, Telem joining this team. But is it enough? GK are the first enemy they gotta play, and obviously can't look ahead towards Twisted Minds. I wonder if you could take that next step. That's what you're looking at for both these teams.
And of course, on the other side, we're gonna have GK Esports. This is the invited roster, but for now, I mean, R8 Esports number 3, you're coming in under Falcons and Twisted Minds. That's a really big deal. So you gotta have I think there's a fair amount of confidence for them headed into this one. Oh, here they come.
Out onto the stage. I love these
graphics.
The logo and the color. Yeah, it looks amazing for sure.
So on this end, we've got Uval, Seed, and then OE, formerly named.
He's still got FSOL on his jersey. He's still got FSOL on his jersey.
Y'all confuse me. We'll see what he rolls up with in game, though.
That's true. Both teams will be taking their sides here shortly. But again, GK, just looking at how it's gone for them, they actually got in one of the off-season opens that have been going on for Rocket League. They actually took second and ended up losing to Falcons, just looking at some kind of recent result for them. But looking at who they played in the lead up, it doesn't look like they played anybody else that was in this tournament. So no Twisted Minds to play in there, no R8 to play in there, but GK have been playing and have been grinding. Again, in Major 4, they lost to Twisted Minds 0-3, finishing third, but GK actually beat R8 3-2. Now, R8 didn't have Talem, so it's a bit of a different roster. They still have 2/3 of the squad that played them last time, but when they met on LAN, it did not go the way that R8 were hoping for. So they make that roster change, and as the teams get ready to take their sides, we'll be getting into the game as soon as possible. Jorby and Hurt bringing you the English cast here of the Saudi eLeague Championship over in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And it's been a tournament series that has been going on all year long with 4 major LAN tournaments that all led to this championship for 6 teams. We had our first match that ended up being a forfeit. Bravado ended up having a forfeit, so they'll be in the lower bracket, and we'll have more information on them later. But we're going through all of our upper bracket games today, starting with R8 versus GK. We'll see what they can do. They got the high back gaming chairs ready to go. Headphones looking sleek.
They're ready. This is a really great day, and of course, you can see Nick behind him. I was curious if they were gonna have him out there for this one. Shout out to him for being out there, and of course, for those of y'all on paper wondering, I see you asking about predictions. I might sneak one out of Jorby in time. We'll see if we want to be right or wrong in this. But as far as predictions go, Jorby, do you have one off the head? Because I do. I just want to know if we're on the same page.
Okay, well, let me hear yours first, and then I'll let you know. If you have an idea.
I have a tiny idea. So my tiny idea is, you look at these teams on paper, head to head. There have been 3 times that these teams have gone to game 5. 2 times there were sweeps where each team took the sweep. So on paper, this is about as close as it absolutely gets. GK Esports takes the win by 1 overall. That's it. That's all that they have over them. And as far as goals, get this, Jorby, out of everything, right? It's only a 2-goal differential out of everything. That's how close they are in terms of, skill level. However, like you made mention to, Telem is getting brought in, but I still am gonna go GK. I'm curious. I think I'm writing a little bit too much on what, Nick's gonna be able to bring to this team. If there's gonna be something, a trick pulled out of a hat or something like that, but that's my pred. GK Esport, they come with tricks up their sleeve.
Well, I'm curious if those tricks will work. What's interesting to me is that in Major 4 in the group stage, right? R8, I think you mentioned it as well, that 3-0 against GK, only to lose in 5. So, we know in Rocket League how different bracket play is from a group stage. Some teams don't feel the same types of pressures, don't have the same kind of mindset between both phases of that tournament. And, we have very famous examples in Rocket League of group stage merchants, but that bracket play is where it becomes really important. But again, this R8 team, I believe in Major 4, they did have Telem. So, I think I was wrong the last time. I think it was Major 3, they didn't have him. But we get right into it. And we'll have overlay up there. But we do start off the Saudi eLeague Championship. Both squads looking to play Twisted Minds in the upper semifinal. Both teams have actually taken a game off of Twisted Minds in the past, so we'll see what happens for them both. You got R8 in blue and GK on the orange side. Telem getting up quickly for the touch and starting off with a 50. Trying to get some sort of possession going here at the start.
There's our beautiful overlay, very clean. Props to them. Gotta give it to you on that one. But speaking of clean, right now, off the rip, I gotta give it to R8 Esports. The whole thing that you're going to want to do when you're bringing in a new player, especially against a team like GK that you've gone up against so many times historically, is put your foot down and show a clean game, right? Both of these teams are trying to not only take each other down, but make a preemptive statement to Twisted Minds that this will be somewhat of a challenge for them in the matchup, no matter who it is against, right? So right now, finally, GK had a little bit of a moment, but I gotta hand it to R8. In these opening moments, it's been a very clean and controlled game.
Been able to keep GK kind of locked in this first minute and a half. Basil, no contacts. The follow-up 50 didn't go too well. Telem has to hold. Now all of a sudden, R8 are starting to lose control of the ball a bit. That was a great catch off the back wall to give yourself clearance out. So R8 withstand a little bit of pressure, get a good quick clear. As FSoul looks to get GK going. Free touch off the backboard, and of course, Uvel's gonna score on that one.
Okay, I see the vision. That was great teamwork, and then of course the space off the backboard to just kind of take the shot. Suspect tried to jump up for it preemptively, but I mean, once you're aware that nobody's taking a save off that one, you're kind of having to guess in a million different ways where that ball's gonna go, and that was just a perfect little laser into that bottom 90 there. They're gonna try again. Off the corner into a center, right into the hands of Suspect, over one. Leaves this one for Telem, although this one gets taken away. In less than 3 minutes to go. It's up to R8 to try and respond. They're gonna try so here. That's a great save. Low on boost all the way around, but they do make a quick transition out, or at least attempt it, as they're already sent back. It's a reset over one. The bump play comes through, and Basil's the one to put him in.
It was such a great catch from Basil off the 50. He's got a 1v1 in front, and you saw post himself on the wall. Basil getting underneath on the reset. It is almost always the best option to just use your car to clear the path off the reset. Great execution there from Basil. And you saw that 50 created that 2-on-1 opportunity. You got to convert on those if you're R8. While they've been a little pre-jump happy, it wasn't just Suspect pre-jumping earlier. I saw Telem also on defense, pre-jumping on defense. But I mean, that's just kind of really part of the style of Saudi Arabian Rocket League, right? Is, whoa, he saved the double tap, okay. FSoul got the shot on target. See a lot of shots on target and incredible saves on top of it here in Riyadh. RA getting in front of it again. But GK have had some great transitions down the field. Basil puts R8 in position to win this game, but under 2 minutes, GK putting some pressure on the net right now. Uvel got another touch out. You saw his man was playing kind of underneath, not necessarily on that heavy touch. Uvel staying on it, and GK keep holding the ball.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of it too. I do got to give it to R8. There's been a couple moments where they try and do the cheat up on it. A little closer comfort on that save, but still managed to keep it on out. You can see the bumps trying to come on through too. A little bit of aggression on that last line of defense there, but GK, like you said, have really solid transitions out, and right now R8 are getting boxed in as time's going on. And just over a minute left here in this game number one. Still a tied game. Last to respond was R8. We're gonna try and extend it here. Telem over one. Doesn't get the little double on it. There wasn't a follow-up either. Instead, they're gonna opt for a center with a minute left to go here. Suspect from the ceiling, no bump, and this falls to the hands of GK.
GK have done a well enough job holding on to that midfield line, but they're slowly starting to lose possession. Basil slams his way through one. Suspect, a little pop. R8 continue to flood the orange. FSoul actually with a great 50, buys a lot of time to go get boost. FSoul holds the ball for as long as possible. Whoa, gets the second touch off the 50. R8 look for a way out. They're just giving up the ball now. FSoul keeps the touch tight. Has a demo as well to get some space. Flip in, throws for the dunk, but it's taken away, and R8 will survive on defense, but can't hold on to the ball. They keep kicking it right back to GK.
And as time is going on, these shots are getting a little wider and wider. You're gonna have to keep them on target like they were before if you want a better chance. 3 seconds left. There were 2 shots made in the moment, but this one might attempted to have been killed, but not quite yet. There it is. Overtime in game number one between R8 Esports and GK.
Well, both teams definitely playing like you're on your first game on land for the day. Tight game one. Also a lot of comfort plays. Comfort meaning we'll just chip the ball down, go for the next 50, and hope for the best. You have seen a lot of carries, though, from Telem. But he just gets an easy shot here to take game number one for R8. Suspect setting it up, and that's not the clear you're hoping for GK. You put it right back into the danger zone. Top of the box. Easy to punish here for R8. We'll take game one in the best of 5.
Not too bad of an opening, fairly close. And this is exactly what I expected between these two teams. Was it to be fairly narrow? Did I expect an OT in the opener? Maybe not, but honestly, I was down with it. It felt like at the beginning of it, it was a nice, heavy control for R8. I mean, you saw it, and it was really just GK spotting a couple of open moments, but at the end of the day, R8, they see one moment that falls into their hands almost, right? And that was, well, that was the OT shot right here. As this one goes to the backboard, there's the little fall into your lap moment, and they take advantage.
Yeah, it was the defense on both sides. R8 were a little pre-jumpy at first. Then the GK left the backboard open on one play. Just that aggressive nature for both teams, always wanting to move downfield. You'll see third man kind of turn upfield before the play really develops and try to have an all hands on deck sort of offense. They had held that midfield for a while, but as soon as they smell blood in the water, they try to send the whole house. Unfortunately for them, they did not have the key, could not get inside in game number one. But you still liked what you saw on that midfield from GK. They had some good plays in holding the ball. I think the main thing for me is as soon as you do get a little bit of possession, R8, they were able to hold on to that ball. Namely, Basil, I think, really brought that ball down as much as he could. I think GK could benefit from that a little bit. That backboard defense is tough, but those clears, they have to be out into the corners, into safety, and look for those clearance angles. But putting it right back down into the other squad, you're always going to have a hard time. So game number 2 underway. We went to overtime in game number 1 to kick us off here at the Saudi eLeague Championships 2024. Both of these teams have traded against each other on land. It was GK who got the last laugh in the lower bracket in Major 4. R8 hoping to paint a different picture here in the upper bracket as Evsol goes for that corner double. He found an angle I didn't think he would.
I respect it, honestly, and of course all eyes right now on Telem to see how he benefits this R8 esports roster. And so far, it's been really well. He's worked incredibly with his team, slotted in perfectly in the few times we've gotten to see him in the past major, but more in particular now, of course, playing here on land with the team. They looked great so far. There was a shot on target. Suspect's going to try and take it again for another setter. There's the moment that they were waiting for. A nice, clean setup right to the man of the hour.
Again, right, follow-up 50 off in the corner. Poor Uval was doing what he could to get back into position after the first touch, but it was a great close down there in the corner from R8. Suspect sets all of that up, and a quick scoring for R8. GK, though, get this off the kickoff, off the ceiling. Maybe set this up in front of the box. Whoa, the whifty causes an opening. That is not what you wanted to see if you were R8, but you absolutely take it here for GK.
Oh man, I mean, poor Suspect was like in a position where, yes, you could have actually had the time to do it. And in some of these moments, they go just a hair too early, and then it feels like everything just kind of slips out of their hands there. Tied game at 3:55 on the clock, although opportunity has come off the backboard. Suspect isn't going to try and cheat up too far on this one. I think he was trying to be mindful that there could have been a clear coming through, and right now that clear is not going anywhere past that midline, although Fossil is finally going to be the first one, and it's immediately pinball back.
Uval was in full panic mode for a second on defense. Was jumping at ghosts, not just on one try, but 2 of them. Settle down for now. Suspect. Just be different. Closing them down, too. Getting some more. Suspect doing so much. He's going to score. No! Evsol got in the way. I didn't think there was any chance Suspect was going to get his car in front of that ball. And somehow, Uval ends up creating a chance down the other way. Vassal, nothing for him, and GK holding on defense. This is what I want to see from them. Good carries out. You're looking for FSOL. You don't find him there. R8 forced to commit on the play. Tell him has pre-jumped the flick out. And Vassal carries it over him. Say, it looks... this is probably, what's the word I'm looking for? The scrappiest aerial gameplay
Yes.
that, like, I've seen out of any region. Like, there's just no other region that has, like, the aerial combat that MENA and Saudi Arabia do.
Oh, I know.
And,
They're
like, somehow those 50s, they go through, they still carry them, and I'm like, dude, you don't even see the French do that.
no, they definitely are in their own world as far as some of the mechs go. And oh, okay.
Whoa.
I was, you know, the high praise might have lasted a little long on that one. A little bit of a jinx on the whiff. And just a slow roller back. I don't know. It's right now. You know what? It's been a long day. They probably didn't expect to forfeit. They had to wait.
Long
around
day.
a
They
little
just
bit.
got here.
Yeah. Well, for them it's a
just
long
got
day.
here.
It's just starting for us.
That's true. It is the early evening over in Riyadh, but I think they're probably feeling at least a little
Hopefully
fresh.
a little warm.
Hey, that first game goes to overtime. If this game goes to OT, that freshness will start to stale out a little bit. Suspect will let the ball go. Called off. Didn't have boost, and this is that. Oh no, Suspect! No, that's not. That's the wrong way. Not the touch he wants. And after he does so much good for his team, he doesn't have any boost here. He thinks the shot is coming. FSOL is behind him and has to play the rebound, but he had a teammate coming in as well. The communication breaks down. Suspect is in full panic mode, thinking that shot is coming. And while FSOL is behind him, probably had a better touch somewhere in the arsenal there.
I mean, I just mean as time is going on, right? GK is finding their stride. I don't know how that bounced out. Truly do not know how that bounced out. I need to zoom in on whoever was on the goal line there. But you just got to get straight back into it. A minute 15, Yazid. Almost over one. Still, the saves are coming through from R8 Esports, and I got to give that to them. There has been a number of saves, quality ones at that have kept this as close as it's been for now. Just a minute left here, and only a 1-goal lead off of an unfortunate touch there from R8. But for now, I mean, you can be all smiles on that one, right? 47 on the clock. You get to hold on to your 1-goal lead, potentially 2 here. Is Basil no boost in the tank to make the save, and you just continue to build.
Not the touch for Telem. He tried the old pop it towards the wall so I could get a quick 2-piece. And I just think you have to bring that one down and play the 50. You have no boost, and all you did was give up possession. You see him barreling down on you. You know you're going to get challenged on that play. I think you just got to be more aware in that situation to bring the ball down instead of trying to play it quickly like that. Down by 1, you can't afford to give another one up. Now Telem, again, won't find the backboard or the back wall. It's covered, but a pass back to the box. Basil sticking underneath it. Has the wave dash. Doesn't get a pinch that he wants. And a scoop up from Yazid. You said it, for GK. Much better game from them, especially offensively. Especially some of those saves on defense and a little help from Suspect. The shot will not go in, and that may clean up game number 2 here and send us at least to a game 4 as FSOL puts it downfield, and there you go, all tied up.
Not too bad of a comeback there for GK Esports. Of course, a lot of the momentum came off of the funky little, not necessarily own goal, but the funky touch that gave GK the unexpected lead in that one. And you talked about it before, right, Jorby? In game number 1, GK Esports, they were the ones kind of being a little bit more questionable as far as possession was going, and then in this game too, they really got it together. That ball felt a lot closer, a lot more intentional with the shots that were coming out after, you know, the transitions. I mean, you see it perfectly right there, right? A lot of cuts coming in to give you those follows right where they're needed, but of course that was the one. You can see both players too just throw themselves. Here's the, okay. That was a true just pinball around and out. I respect it.
And that last touch from Telem. You also, it was you had 2 players from R8 on 0 boost on that play. Poor Bass was just watching the ball go over his head. He sees Telem there and he's like, oh, I can turn up field. You need to go get boost or something. Telem, that touch was definitely on him. And now GK have punished him, and FSOL with that nice little hat trick. But a lot of assisting going on as well from Yazid. And so far, about as close as it always has been between GK and R8. We're talking about the match history between them in Major 4, where this squad did have Telem. And it's going about the same. R8, when they get pressured on defense, that's where I'm really concerned for them the most, right? Suspect, the own goal, or at least the assisted own goal. Telem, the weak touch, the willingness to turn, and like this is cultural for not just Saudi Arabia, but the MENA region is just go, 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 go. And I love it. I'm all about that. Sometimes you gotta relax it a little bit. You have to know when you can force something and when you can't. Moderated aggression, maybe leaning a little towards above that moderation line. You still gotta find that risk management. So Telem will try to get things started for R8 here in game 3 and put them in position to win this upper bracket match. Again, winner going on to play Twisted Minds, a matchup that neither team has had much success with.
Yeah, right now, again, a lot of this is just, putting your foot down, trying to play a really clean game, and that is a clean shot from Yazid, the clear out upfield all the way to himself. I mean, there was no beating him in that race back all the way to that goal line there. GK gonna be the ones to be first on the board. I mean, a great position to be in. I like what you talked about, though, the moderated aggression, because R8 came out absolutely swinging, and GK Esports, they played the slower game and then said, all right, level 10 right here, let's go, and then it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, swinging on offense, swinging on defense, pre-jumping on defense even. Pass goes nowhere here. Actually, GK, an interesting approach there on the bounce. They let it go the whole way back right in front of their net. Say, not something I've seen too often. You want to talk about risks? Here's a one in front of the box. Nice touch underneath, but they can't put it in. What a save from Yazid. I thought that for sure was going hurt.
I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you, there's times where they really know how to hone in and breathe, and it almost looks like they're in like a meditative state. And they're like, I'm going to slow down this situation with my mind and be calm enough to make these saves, and they pull it off almost every time now. 332, still just a 1-goal lead, very, very close matchup, not unexpected by any means right now. R8 have had a couple of quality moments to try and find their ways on through. They're going to try again here, but again, another slow, nice save coming out from GK.
How do you break out if you're Basil? How about feed it to Telem? There's no window. GK are all over them. Look how fast Uval gets to this one. Midfield aggression denied. And defensive aggression works out for GK. There's just no offense to speak of for R8. They get challenged out of it again. Now Telem sees he has space. Good 50 to start, but you need to build off of it. There's just always an orange car in the way. Here you go. Telem, good catch, pop up underneath. Uval avoids the bump and has a little bit of help. GK starting to panic a little bit as R8 start to get a little bit of control on offense. Telem holding that midfield line. Look how quick Uval gets in front of that. I love that touch. Now they get Yazid the other way. But again, too long on these passes. Both teams have been able to cut down the long downfield passes out to the sides. Telem takes a shot off the bar and saved by Yazid.
Crazy save. I mean, you gotta hand it to Yazid too, the amount of times he has kept that ball out. But also on the flip side, I gotta hand it to R8. As time's going on, stealing the boost away from GK is making this a lot closer than they might have anticipated, but they still have not been able to find their way through. Finally, there was a little bit of a breather there for GK. They're going to manage to keep this one blue side for now and just kind of regather their resources and their minds a little bit, not have to play too much defense for too long here. This one around the corner, it's going to 50 all the way to the other side. It's just a race for control here. Great touch there from Basil. 30 to work with. Gonna take this one down. Suspect to follow, double off the side to the center. Not in.
He got that?
He got that.
I thought that was underneath him 100%. Wait, he's still there. Top of the box. What that? How do you get that? Another one you see. He's unbreakable. Just keep him on the goal line. Dude is Saudi Arabian Gibbs right now.
Oh
man,
my
Basil,
God.
here he goes again. Gets over one. R8 have not relinquished possession. Tell him off the corner. Goes straight down. GK are trying to get some negative space going, but the passes keep going. The shots keep coming. Tell him wants to get a goal. GK holding onto this lead. Trying to take it to a deciding game 4, where they could send R8 to the lower bracket and have the honor of playing Twisted Minds in the upper semis. Tell him finally gets 50'd out. They slowly lose possession. R8 come away empty-handed after that possession. Suspect actually holds the ball. Back to Tell him. Suspect gets a pop, but Uval is there again.
I respect the creativity as well that's coming out from R8 because they recognized a lot of those passes before were a little too long. Tell him great goal line save there. It's not going to be enough to stop GK from coming their way. Suspect's clear is, well, not a clear. Instead, that ball's going straight back towards that goal line. Yasid gonna put one in. I mean, he is all over.
Dude is absolutely padding it up right now. The saves, 2 heroic saves, and then you get that one. Good control coming around the corner. And I mean, that's just kind of the cherry on top of the cake here. Which, to be fair, I haven't seen too many cherries on the top of the cakes. Like, you know, they say the cherry on top, right? Are they talking about a cake?
I think they're talking about milkshakes. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't think that's actually true. But Nick talking to R8. Yeah, Nick's talking to R8. I wonder if Nick knows.
Aww. Honestly, there's got to be some proud, just like you guys are doing it moments. Clearly, like the plan is working. I had a feeling that this team was gonna kind of incorporate the pass and play style a little bit more than normal. We did see it so many times, glimpses of it, right? But defense is really what is gonna get you to win against this team, especially when it's one that you just are so close against every single time. Having Yasid and the team recognizing that he is just a pop-off defensively right now, right? Letting him do what comes natural right now really just gave them complete reign of this game number 3. But now you got one more left. I mean, Yasid is that's my little MVP star right now.
I mean, why not? He's had those 2 saves, 2 goals. FSOL getting a lot of saves as well. There was that one save FSOL had, I believe, that we saw at the beginning of that highlight reel. You thought the shot was underneath him, but he somehow gets a piece of it. Absolutely insane. And Uval also 5 saves. That's what it felt like, really. Like, GK just made incredible saves across the board. The fact that they got 11 saves is insane. And also, I figured it out, which makes sense. It is the phrase cherry on top does come from like a bowl of ice cream, not cake.
Oh,
I don't know why my brain was thinking cake. Although, you know, there probably are some cakes that would be good with a cherry on top. Chat, tell us your favorite cakes.
Yeah, tell us your favorite. And yeah. I know for a fact, for the Pinterest girlies out there, cherries on top of the cake is the thing right now.
That's actually crazy. It's kind of funny how the commentary works that way. But now R8, they have to force Game 5 if they want to stay in the upper bracket. Game 1 went to OT, and even in Game 1, I felt like their defense was suspect. Very panicky, and no pun intended, suspect being on this team. As Tell him, simple air dribble to get it started. And they hold on to this on the midfield. Not just give up these touches to GK. Now, granted, GK did have some stellar saves in front of the goal line. If you're R8, you're thinking, what more could we have done? We played a lot better. We held GK to a 1-goal game for most of it, and then Yasid just, like, peaked on us. FSOL defensively peaked on us. Here's a pass to Yasid. Oh, save! Diving in front for Suspect.
I gotta hand it. I mean, not only is GK Esports kind of ramping it up and getting a little bit more consistent as every single minute passes by, but flowers to Yasid, man. This is a player that now you have to individually watch out for, because not only defensively is he a monster against you, but offensively, he's now a menace. The cleanup off the backboard shot there, just a great communicative play overall. I think Fossil thought he was going to be able to get that one right under crossbar, but hey, I mean, right place, right time to be able to follow through, and GK Esports already find their lead.
Yeah, I was curious what Basil was doing, but yeah, on the replay, it does look like he expected that ball to go down. And honestly, tough situation when you're just sitting underneath there. If you think it's a bar down, you gotta jump. Has not gone the way that R8 we're hoping for. Lose this, go down to lowers. Believe you will play Bravado, who ended up having to make a substitution, which is why they ended up having to forfeit their upper bracket match. But they will be playing in the lower bracket unless something else happens. We'll obviously have more on that. We will not be doing any lower bracket games today. It's all upper bracket. And the 3 matches we have to go today. This is the first, and then we go and we watch Falcons and Twisted Minds undoubtedly be a play for that winter final once more. But GK have looked rock solid as far as making the plays in front of them. They're getting dunked here. Oh my gosh, he saves it. Doesn't matter though. Suspect will wait. They don't get a good clear, and I thought, uh-oh, here comes the insane saves again from GK.
Oh my gosh. I mean, first of all, just an initial laser of a shot, and then Suspect recognizing. You gotta just kind of throw yourself at that one after that save comes through, because 9 times out of 10 right now, GK Esports are gonna make the save. So you gotta be prepared for that second touch, and they were. Now it's tied game. Somewhere they've been before, and R8 Esports did manage to take the first OT win when it was tied in game number 1, but they don't want to see OT. They want to see a lead here in regulation, and that's exactly what they're going to get.
They are going to get it. Goes downfield, and again, pre-jumping the reads. And that was the messiest on defense that GK have looked. They pre-jump the corner read, which is already risky because you're kind of floating in the air. You're... what's the word I'm looking for? You're a victim of your momentum as soon as you jump like that. With that much speed towards the wall. And then his teammate saw what happened, tried to make up for it by also jumping early and then missing. Fun fact, if you don't hit the ball, bad things are going to happen to you 95% of the time. Tactical whiffs do work out in your favor. So much of the game is about anticipation and prediction. Yazid just missed the net. Oh, that's 2 misses for GK. That was a huge chance to tie the game up, and they still may here. No! Flying down. Basil picks up the save off of Uzel's shot. Uvel's shot, excuse me. And the offense starting to dwindle for GK. Holding on to the midfield line, though. Uvel actually gets the catch, and they hold on to the ball here. A weak pass, but it works. High back to the sky. It's up, then down, then in. No! They're holding on to it. Tell him. We'll sit in front, try to create an opportunity the other way. R8 won't find insurance just yet.
This is one of those moments where R8 do kind of need to let GK wear themselves out and then find the opportunity to kind of sneak through, transition out, and take your shots. And don't really quite force them, especially when you are in a lead like this one and GK is on match point. You do want to play it a little bit safer. That's just a great clear on out. But just over a minute left in this one. R8, they need the insurance. They're not quite going to get it here. Uvel has the save on it. And Yazid, again, the menace to R8 Esports.
Oh, it was such a good catch from Uvel. He got it off the corner, but then actually getting down and keeping it under control. They got the force he wanted to on it. And the 50 rolls out. Suspect wins a big one. Under a minute left, just holding the ball can be enough. GK looking for a quick out. They're not finding it. Touch creates a little bit of negative space. Basil was expecting a 50. Third man forced to come in. Suspect has Tellem. A little harass downfield. Tellem holding them down. But still GK looking with the last 30 seconds. And a pass in front of the box. Another whifty. Efsol's got to chase it down and can't get the 50 going his way. But Yazid gets a free touch. Deleted. Basil going quick. Up to the air. Time running out. Looking for a game 5, and the shot not on target. Another clear downfield. Efsol hoping for a boost steal. You need the ball, though. Time running out. Yazid got a demo as well. Here's Efsol. Oh, underneath. Where's the shot? Oh, he took it away. Tellem picks up the last save and heroically sends R8 to game 5 here in the upper bracket.
An insane amount of interceptions at the end there. Those touches just completely keeping things stagnant for just a moment there. Like you said, game number 5 gonna be coming our way soon. I mean, what other way would you expect it, right? It's historically these two teams do nothing but take each other to game 5s. It's just been back and forth, and like I believe the last team to have won against each other was GK Esports. So theoretically, if you follow the pattern, that would mean R8 wins. And from what I'm seeing, I mean, they're getting back into it. They're making GK work for it. And defensively, there's been more mistakes than ever as time is going on.
I mean, R8, it has been that defense, right? That was the big struggle for them before. GK only got caught a couple of times, and that's where those, you know, the heroic saves will come back to bite you, because you have to keep making them, and you got to keep getting that ball into safe, secure spaces. But when GK get to the thirds, they do a good job of actually creating their own space. R8 give them respect, and so GK take that respect. But then the offense just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, it just kind of petered out. Despite the shots they have, like 13 shots is not a small amount by any means. They actually outshot R8, but how many of those were high pressure, holding the midfield, were taking multiple shots on net? You only really had one of those moments, and that was within the last minute. So without a ton of long pressure opportunities that couldn't really break down R8, we're much more disciplined in game number 4 on defense, as a quick shot not going to work out for them. Basil, nice catch off the ceiling, holds that flip to recover rather than try to force the issue in front of the box and tell him we'll give him another pass. Basil to the shelf and saved again. Nobody is getting through. GK's goal line stands have been excellent and no shortage of them, but Basil will finally break his way through.
Oh my gosh, what felt like a million shots at that point. It was a floater that finds its way on in. This shot in particular, though, I know Tellem wanted a little bit more, you know, power on it, but thankfully there was just such low resource on the end of GK Esports from all of those quick initial saves that had to come out. I mean, there was no way. Yeah, eventually something was going to find its way through. They almost got the revenge off the rip here from the kickoff, but they're going to have to try again as this one falls right into the hands of Tellem. Yazid going to try and make a setup for his teammate. Basil makes a rare miss, no touch on it, which means GK Esports get to continue to try forward. These clears are very slow. And it was a great setup. It just wasn't in.
Post is their worst nightmare right now. And keep in mind, the last time these teams played on land in the lower bracket, best of 5, it went 5 games. Who won that? GK. We can't get the 50. FSOL got bumped on his way back to the ball. GK keeping that pressure up. R8 off the ball. Uval. Not much he could do in the corner except get that bump. Now Yazid gets a free touch. Suspect up to the air quick. Bumps Yazid out of the way, floating in the air. And man, I love it. Most players are like, all right, get down, recover at that point. Yazid's like, I'm going to float. Hit it to me.
I respect it. He's had a moment, and he's still trying to follow it through. And of course, that's the level you got to be playing at, right? Especially if you're trying to go up against Twisted Minds. Next, reminder that whoever wins this one, that is who they face afterwards, is Twisted Minds, the number 2 seed. So it's a big deal to have a very clean, you know, ending game here. Talem's going to stop things in the midfield. Yazid's going to push it forward. Once again, less than 3 minutes and a 1-goal lead for R8. Can GK tie things up here?
Uval just trying to keep it away. That was good speed. Saw how FSOL actually got a free touch on that despite there being a defender right there to take it. And FSOL with the bump as well. Uval trying to recover. Ooh, and rushed it. He thought Basil was coming towards the ball. Basil slowed down. Let him hit it into him and he gets the free touch. Tellem has to wait for the clear out downfield. Reads that follow-up touch, gets it to his teammate. It's slow, but it's easy, and that's insurance for Tellem and R8, who are holding GK down here. Want some revenge for Major 4.
Oh, this is just also a series of unfortunate events for GK, but a great thing for R8. I mean, it's just the backflip on it, unfortunate, but spotting that the net was open, forcing your way on through. A 2-0 lead now for R8. It's a great position to be in with only just over 2 minutes to go here. And now, potentially 3 as this one floats back. Thankfully, Fossil is there in time. But we're going to see, can GK make their comeback? Because for so long, it felt like they really just were in control of everything. And now, as time is going on, it is panic and falling apart.
Oh, man. It really is. Basil gets another one. This is not how GK saw it in the cards. Basil just steals it out. Third man gets aggressive there. I don't even know if he saw Basil on the play. I wonder from his POV how he saw that one, but I'm sure it looked like Basil just kind of came out the sidewall, seemingly out of nowhere. So they get caught out on it. Fossil moving through. GK are in desperation mode right now. Down 3, less than 2 minutes to go. Holding on the reset. Yazid, he's got the speed, he's got the boost, but doesn't have a way to get it on target or in front of the box. Fossil has a pass. They wanted to give and go, but Uval has to play it himself around the corner. GK hold the midfield line for now, but they're losing time. Fossil couldn't control it. Had to settle for a 50-50. GK just keep on throwing bodies at the problem until something sticks. Oh, Fossil, he does get it to stick. Suspect forced to go high into the air, use all of his boost. GK will hold, but again, more time has been wasted in every R8 touch. Another shot, but denied. And GK simply can't catch a break right now.
They really cannot. R8 recognized way back then, for starters, that really you're just playing solid defense right now, but then they break out of their half and it's just the same thing you've seen over and over again. A clean laser straight to the back of that orange net in a 4-goal lead with a minute to go. It's lock in time or walk away.
Yeah, I mean, we've barely ever seen 4-0 comebacks in any kind of championship setting, even in this region, even in any region on land. It's just so hard to come back from. But what a response from the last time these two teams met up. It went GK's way last time in Game 5. R8 had to force the series back into Game 5 this time, win Game 4, and win Game 5 in dominant fashion. Is it enough to take down Twisted Minds? So far, the results in the history say we'd have to see it to believe it. Because I gotta find it here. GK did show a lot of great poise and a lot of good plays in this series, though. It will certainly be fun to look at in the lower bracket. They are not out of the tournament by any means, but R8, this one's gotta feel good. You'll go to the upper semis at the very least for the opportunity to play Twisted Minds for the winter final.
Not too bad of a showing there from R8 Esports. Very cool, calm win. Not the craziest of celebrations after, just very humble, right, with their win here. Another Game 5 matchup between these two teams. This time a different result than last, but of course, you got a bigger challenge up ahead of you. Twisted Minds is what R8 Esports is going to be facing on next. And I don't know, I think with a performance like that there is a world where it is a lot closer, I think, than most people might expect.
I mean, yeah, it definitely was close until that Game 5, right? And then things just kind of, the wheels fell off the wagon for sure. Good high-pressure opportunity there. Basil collected at the end of that play, and then Third Man just kept getting caught out. Even here, yeah, honestly, it wasn't even the fact that Third Man went. Third Man was still rotating back on that play. All hands were on deck, but no hands were on the captain's wheel. And without anyone steering the ship, it will inevitably either sink or sink. There are no other options. So GK, no doubt Nick will be in the lab for a little bit and talking through some things with GK before they get ready for their lower bracket match. Again, they are not out of the tournament. Nobody is out. Bravado did end up falling due to a forfeit, but they should be playing their lower bracket match. And I believe it is GK that will be playing Bravado in lowers. R8 moving on to play Twisted Minds. And that's what we got for our first match here at the Saudi eLeague Championship. Did you think you've seen enough out of R8? I think they could take on Twisted Minds.
I think if you can make a comeback against a defense that was as strong and consistent as GK was putting out, there definitely is a world where this at least becomes a challenge. This isn't some sweep or, you know, something that's too easy. I would give them at least a game in the next series, and a lot of that's just out of respect to the performance that I just saw from them. But I don't know. At the end of the day, it is still Twisted Minds. That is a nasty roster to have to go up against. That's Mesho, Nupo, and Mosen. That'll be competing later on today, actually. And, I mean, I don't know. That was so back and forth. To be honest, I wouldn't really be able to definitively be like, yeah, this is the team that's going to cause the upset.
Well, Herc, you could think about it for a little bit more. We won't. I don't want your full prediction until we do get to that match later today. Coming up next, though, will be Falcons versus Vision. We're not going to be doing that yet. Our interview is getting ready with Telem over on R8. And I don't know if we will necessarily be able to understand, but I am curious what he does have to say with everyone that's on LAN right now in Saudi eLeague have all had LAN experience this season playing in these majors on LAN. So I believe production will actually give us some insight on what's being said as well. Shout out Mo running the production in the back, helping click all the buttons and keep us moving along nice and smooth. You know, it's not just us and our faces on here. We also have the valiant people in the back. But here's the interview with Telem. And I am curious what he will say, what questions Wajay will ask.
We'll see. I'm excited. Translations are going to be coming in through for us, you guys, so we'll be able to talk to you a little bit about it here on the English broadcast. First questions come through. Let's see. Said, how did you feel about the match? So we're going to see his insight as to how it went.
I would love a player to say, you know, I don't feel very good after winning that one. I want a player to say that. I really do. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so he said we feel good, but hopefully we do better, which
Love
valid
that.
take.
Yep.
Take.
Very measured. The next question is, what caused the problems in the first two matches? So,
Ooh,
really,
give me the insight on it.
the first two or three. Yeah, I'm curious what Telem will say. He's saying that defensive troubles, something we talked about as well. And we're waiting to see what that next question or what this third question is. But yeah, defensive troubles is definitely where I saw that as well.
Yeah.
Very pre-jumpy, very panicky, too willing to turn up field before you have possession.
And there's a smile out of him. I want to know what this is.
باسل شفناه يلعب تقريبا الحاله لكن في الجيم الثالث والرابع والجيم الاخير لاحظنا انك قاعد تشيس بشكل قوي صرت تعطي عرضيات غير متوقعه شفنا الهدف اللي راح
جنب وبغت تجي Most typing. We're about to find out.
كيف قدرت انك تحول لعبك من اللعب الهادي للعب السريع؟ صدق في اول جيمين لاحظت اني ما اقدر اسوي شيء الصراحه قلت لازم اغير يعني اسلوب اللعب ونبدا يعني نجيس اكثر فهذا اللي صار يعني تعجبني وما زلت ترى اثق بكلام قلته انه مباراتكم الجايه بتكون اقوى فاكيد انها بتكون اقوى نبي نسمع تحيه للاعب تحلم يستاهل وبكذا انتهت معنا اول مباراه كانت حماسيه وكويس ان من اول مباراه وصلنا لجيم
I'll tell him he looks like such a jovial dude. Look at that smile.
Such a genuine smile.
He does. You know, it's not easy to get on and do an interview on stage, especially if you're not used to doing it. But shout out to Telem. He did a great job. He sounded, or at least the sounds sounded great. And thank you to Mo for translating some of that as well for us so we could translate for you guys. We, unfortunately, are not very good at Arabic, but Mo, he is much better than we are. So shout out Mo again on the production side. But there you go. Tell him, he's like, we have defensive issues, had some problems we need to work on. And that last question was, how did you manage to play your play style from slow to fast paced? Which he answered that they had to adapt and notice his weakness to change that play style. They knew they had to change their pace of play to try to beat GK. And well, hey, it worked out 4-0 in game 5. I would say you adapted quite well. But playing Twisted Minds a little later today, we'll see if that holds up. History tells us that's going to be a tough one, Herc.
Yeah, that's an interesting one at that, because of course, again, you're trying to pull off an upset that most people are gonna look at you and say, hey, you're an underdog. It's a lot more difficult than you might be headed into, but I don't know. You can never count out an underdog in a matchup like that.
You cannot. And we look at the highlights from this first match and some of the reactions as well. Basil got that air dribble reset bump. That one was pretty nice. And this save, Fossil actually had a great save off an attempted double as well. I'm curious if we'll see that one again. Will we see the suspect assisted own goal? I suspect not. I can't help myself. That pun is just way too readily available. I need to be stopped.
It's valid. I feel like there's gonna be a couple more coming through. We'll see, but not a bad pun. 10 out of 10, just like the shots we saw.
Oh, there we go. Oh no, they did include it. They included
did
that.
Put it in.
Oh, that's evil. Oh, and this
Oh, and the
Fossil's actually
pinball
attempted
around.
double. Yeah.
They said,
then
you know
tell him
what?
rushing
Every attempt is going in the highlight.
They're like, yeah, hey, the goal went in. It makes it. You know what? I respect that. We keep that energy because I want every assisted own goal on this highlight reel. If we get more of them. That save was crazy from Yazid. Even here, Yazid.
Oh, that nasty little pinch. I'm excited to see how GK does in the lower bracket because they did look really nasty.
I have to say, in Saudi Arabia, they play a unique style of defense. Like, I'm just so used to seeing things a certain way, and then watching these teams, it's so fun. They love just letting the other team shoot. They're so confident they can make the save. It's like, go ahead, shoot that. We're gonna immediately counter with a crazy save, and I mean that works. It works about like 50% of the time. But hey, high risk, high reward gameplay. What are you playing the game for if you're not taking the risks?
Right, exactly. That's what I say in all my diamond lobbies. So, you know, it works out great. That 50%
You type that in chat
stat,
when your teammate's mad at you. You're like, hey, high risk, high reward gameplay.
yeah, exactly. I'm like, there's no forfeiting. We are, you know, don't end on a loss kind of people. And that's exactly where they're at. They got more chances, of course, headed into the lower bracket later on. This isn't the end of the road for GK Esports. But R8, going to have a crazy little matchup for themselves there. Of course, again, if you guys missed it, they're going to be facing off against Twisted Minds later today, which is going to be really exciting to see if they can try and attempt to pull off the upset. And, of course, up next, the crazy matchup, the team that everybody knows and loves and wants to see more than anything in the world. Team Falcons are going to be making their way to the stage for the first time in this championship.
They will be. And coming fresh off of a FIFA E World Championship, I'm sure they got to be feeling great. They looked insane. Herc, we casted, I believe, some of their games at the FIFA E World Cup, and obviously very familiar with this Falcons team. Vision will be playing up against them. That's Dr. Known, Ops, and Nush. I believe Dr. Known and Nush had their LAN debut in Major 4. If my eyes do not deceive me, they often do. But if I could get some confirmation, Herc, maybe, let's see, I'm looking for Vision Major 3. I don't see them. So I think I was correct when I looked earlier that was their first LAN appearance.
Debut.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. You know what? Never let them know your next move. You know? If they haven't... And to be fair...
all three of them, actually.
Oh, really? All three? Okay, see? This is... A lot of the times people think when you have your LAN debut, it's a bad thing. But you gotta think about the players like Nash. You know, that come in and they shock everyone. That could be them. They could do it.
You know, I was familiar with the names Nush and Dr. Known because I've seen them play in, you know, the RLCS regionals for the Middle East, and I've seen some like highlights from them as well. So like some known entities here, just in the greater scene, if you will. But obviously Saudi eLeague, these guys are more known, more consistent entities, and I think that's the fun thing when you do have leagues like this where it's all year and you really get to know some of these regions players outside of your traditional RLCS circuit, where you might not be as familiar, but you do have this to really get a better idea of some of these teams. And it's cool that they get to play on LAN. Like, not many regions outside of like France get these kinds of opportunities. There aren't these kind of LANs being run, but Saudi Arabia are one of those countries where you do have these local LANs being run. And I think it's really awesome for these players to get that opportunity, because any LAN experience is good LAN experience. That's where some of your like new come-ups got their names, like Mawson, and even Rolas, Kalirs. Same thing. TRK has kind of been just at the top forever, right? But like some of these guys literally got their names from playing in tournaments and in local LANs like these here in in Saudi Arabia. So we're going to have Falcons versus Vision up next. But before we do that, we're going to go to break. We got to switch out the PCs. We got to switch out the players. And you saw how crazy things are on the stage there. So as I am freeze framing in front of you, you take a freeze frame. We're going to go to break and be back soon. All right, guys, welcome back to the Saudi eLeague Championships. You're over here on the English stream with Jorby and Hercules, bringing you through the action. We just got done watching R8 versus GK. It went 5 games, and exciting from front to back. It's just from the amount of saves that came out, the amount of heroism on defense. But R8 eventually did take the win in a dominant Game 5 victory, and they go on to play Twisted Minds. But before we get there, we're about to get started with Falcons versus Vision. But Hercules, before we get there, we will, the overall, it's been Falcons and Twisted Minds all season long here in the Saudi eLeague. They have been the two teams that have made it to the grand finals every time. Obviously, Falcons are hot off of bringing the trophy home, the FIFA E World Cup for Saudi Arabia, and no one's really been able to take them down. However, this Vision team, and we'll be talking more about them individually here in a moment. This Vision team, that while they haven't had, they don't have wins against Twisted Minds, they don't have wins against Falcons. What they do have is some game wins. So in the online portion of Major 4, they took Twisted Minds to 5 games. They got swept by Falcons, but still, you like that, seeing that 3-2, even if you lose there, doing that against Twisted Minds, not easy, considering most teams only really take a game against them. However, even in the major before that, in the online portion, they did take a game off of Falcons as well. They're kind of up and down. They can play up to the competition a little bit, but they can't actually get the bag. And they also struggle against teams like Bravado, who they lost to 3-2. R8 seemed to have their number. Major 3, the online major, did not go their way at all. And they went 3 straight losses. GK in 5, R8 in 4. Or 4 straight losses, excuse me. Bravado in 5, and then Falcons in 4. So there is some kind of force with this Vin team that may be able to make a little bit of noise. But even from Major 4 to now, with that FIFA E World Cup kind of smashed in the middle, Hercules, feel probably a quick 3-0 coming. I don't know. It's tough to say, but like, you do have some results here that show that, hey, maybe if Falcons are sleeping a little bit, sometimes they do sleep a little bit at the start, but in Saudi eLeague, I think they win by sleeping. So it's going to be a tough matchup no matter what, but you do like seeing that they at least take games sometimes against both of these top teams.
Oh, for sure. And like you said, Falcons potentially coming in slightly slow at the beginning. That's your best chance to strike. I think most teams would recognize it, or at least I would hope that they would. If you paid any attention, again, to that FIFA E World Cup, that was kind of the MO for everyone's game plan going up against the Falcons, was that you had to kind of wait a little bit there in the beginning moments, for the Falcons to be a little slower. But I don't know. I mean, you said it best. Vision Esports, they're a team with the potential to, cause an upset here or there. And by upset, I mean just taking a game off of a team like the Falcons is considered an upset. Realistically, everybody's going to be expecting the 3-0 sweep, especially after the performance we've been getting, not only just tournaments past, but throughout the entire Saudi eLeague. This team has not been taken down at all. So they are miles ahead of everybody right now. It's just a race to try and, take one chip at them if you can, slow them down a little bit here, but there's going to be a lot of respect coming into this one. That is valid to be given to the Falcons.
And shout out to our Arabic counterparts here over on the main stream here at the Saudi eLeague Championship LAN, and everyone putting in the work over on that side and that production as well. Lots of hands to make an event like this work, and nice to see it all come together for the end of the year here for the Saudi eLeague. And I mean, you say it, and we're going to say it like a million times. People are going to be sick of us hearing it because they all know it as well about how strong Falcons are. And we're kind of going to be talking about them and Twisted Minds almost by proxy, even when we're talking about a lot of these other teams. And I think you kind of have to take any kind of lead you can find for these teams when they play against teams like Falcons. But I think how things went in Major 4 in the online portion for Vision, not what you wanted to see. And the 2-3 against Twisted Minds, that's fine, right? But then you actually get to the LAN in Major 4. 0-3 against Falcons, 1-3 against Twisted Minds. So you're not finding that success still. But again, Major 4, that was Vision's first time on LAN. All three players, Dr. Known, Ops, and Nush, made it into LAN for their very first LAN performance. And when you go to LAN for the very first time, especially playing against teams that are better than you, it's still so valuable to get that kind of experience, to give yourself confidence and maybe help give you a little more drive. Sometimes it's the motivation you get after playing on LAN, be like, I want to make it back, because that feeling, that experience was unlike anything else I've had playing a competitive game. So I think that it's great for Vision to have gotten that in Major 4. But now you got to take the next step. And unfortunately, you're playing the best team in Saudi Arabia, and one of the best teams in the entire world up here in the upper semis.
Yeah, I mean, of course, anybody who's faced with going into this sort of a matchup when you're going up against, the number one, right? The team that nobody can seem to take down. It's a baby step process, right? You're not going in trying to be like, all right, we are 100% going to, be slamming them down. It's a process. It's a one game at a time kind of situation, and I'm sure that that's exactly how it's going to be taken. The last time these two teams met up was actually, one of the official moments was in the offseason open for MENA. It was a 3-0 sweep for the Falcons, but still it was a top 4 finish for this roster. So they are at the top of the region in a way. It's more about what you're bringing to the table on the day of. And of course, playing on LAN makes all the difference in the world. Like you said, having the experience to do it before kind of alleviates a little bit of the nerves going up against them again here. And we'll see what sort of performance we get out of Vision. Of course, if you guys missed it, they are coming off of a win, in a way they probably did not expect. It was a forfeit from Bravado Gaming in that round 1 there. So they're coming in to a degree a little cold. I'm sure that they did some warm-ups or a scrim warm-up here and there before it was time. But I don't know. It seems like it's almost time to get into it. I'm nervous for them.
We could take a look at the bracket, and you did mention that forfeit by Bravado. I believe it was because they had to sub in a player. So Abdullah is being subbed out for Truk, I believe. It's either Truk or T-Rook. I wasn't familiar with it, but we'll go with Truk for now. And if I'm wrong, chat, you can please correct me if I am wrong. I am always happy to correct myself. But you do have Twisted Minds with Nalpo and R8 there in the upper semis. We'll be watching that match after this one. And then that will conclude today's stream. We got 3 days of action across the Saudi eLeague championship. We will be doing all of the lower bracket matches tomorrow so that we have our winner and loser finals ready to go. And then we do 3 best-of-7s on day number 3 to get our grand finalists, with potentially a 4th best-of-7 if Twisted Minds, I'm already assuming Twisted Minds is going to be in the lower final. That's not necessarily true, but when they have gotten to finals, it's been through the lower bracket in the Saudi eLeague, and they have taken that first set 2 times, 2 out of 4 of these majors. So if we're looking at these 2 teams to be the ones in the final, the Twisted Minds have been close before, just haven't quite gotten it over the hump, but it could be this time around at the end of the year. We'll see. But yeah, I'm excited to see Bravado with the subs, since we didn't get to see them. It's unfortunate they had to make the substitution, because now you basically have to start your journey in the lower bracket, which absolutely no team ever wants to do willingly. And GK over on the other side will be playing the loser of this match right here between Vision and Team Falcons. We saw how GK looked against R8 pretty good right up until Game 5 Hercules. But outside of Falcons and Twisted Minds, we still have to see Vision and Bravado for the first time. And maybe I should wait to ask you this until we see Vision. But how do you feel outside of the top 2? Who do you like for number 3?
Honestly, for me, it's coming down definitely between R8 and GK. I do need to see what Vision bring to the table. Surprisingly, though, despite the loss I still have eyes on GK Esports. I think defensively they looked a little bit more consistent until the end, obviously, when everything just kind of sort of just fell to pieces. But if they were able to regain that level of defensive play, there is a world where I think they make a very decent lower bracket run and could try and attempt to pull something crazy off, like taking down a alleged Twisted Minds, because obviously you don't know which way it's going to go. You're not going to, be disrespectful or anything like that. But in the world that it is that matchup, I think that is my team to kind of make it their story a little bit longer than most.
I see. I kind of like what I saw from R8 for sure. I think you're fine enough to talk about GK. I think your Nick bias is showing.
No,
but that's okay.
No.
But that's okay. I want to see Bravado with the sub, and I want to see Vision against Falcons here, because Falcons, while I don't think they really start slow when it comes to the Saudi eLeague, we have seen them start slow before. But this team is riding high right now. Killers, TRK, and Roas, three of the best players, not just in their own country, but also in the entire world. This team is a force to be reckoned with no matter who is playing against them. And they are just one of my favorite teams to watch, to cast. The style of play that they have just leads to a fun game no matter what. And they're must-watch Rocket League every time they take the pitch.
Oh my gosh, this team is incredible. They are so fun. I'm sure everybody watching right now watches them every single time they are out there. But if you haven't, if you are somehow, you live under a rock and this is one of your first times seeing them play, you are about to watch a whole new league of Rocket League. It is just one of the most outstanding, fluid combination of players I've gotten to watch in a while. And consistent, just doesn't even begin to describe what they bring to the table. But on the other end of that table is Vision Esports, Dr. Known Ops, and Nush. Not completely unfamiliar names. We have seen them throughout, years past, but this is a crazy difficult challenge for them to be going up against.
Yeah, Nush, he even plays a little bit of 1v1. I think I remember I actually tuned into this earlier this month. He played against Jorius in one of Fear's show matches, and he beat him 3-1. Nush actually looked very good in that game, but plays in a lot of the 1v1 circuit, something that more than a couple Saudi Arabian players have done, obviously backed up by Ops and Dr. Known here, who got a little taste of that first-time LAN experience in Major 4 in Riyadh. But now you come back, you can act like you belong a little bit more. You've been here before. You've sat on that stage. You put on those headsets. You get a little bit of that feeling. Now you got a chance here to maybe do what has been difficult before. You've been able to take a game sometimes off of Falcons this year, but you haven't been able to do anything more than that. Can you step up and maybe catch a sleepy Falcons? I'm not assuming they're asleep, but I'm saying if there's any way in, it's going to be because Falcons are sleeping. But it gets me excited watching some of these individual players in Saudi Arabia start to make their mark. Not every player is just going to pop up and become the best in their region. There's too many good players in this region now. But you love watching them progress and get better, and these lands really help you do that. So I'm excited to see what they have to offer here against Falcons.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one. Again, one of the big key factors that I love talking about with some teams is how much tape there is on the Falcons to pay attention to. And it's not like they're switching up the game plan completely different every single time. There are a few patterns that you can notice, and you can try and attempt, and I say attempt very boldly, to take advantage of. So right now, Vision Esports, they got to find the vision and execute it, because otherwise this is going to be one of those get the brooms out, it's a sweep kind of moment. And I feel like, Jarby, there is a world where that game number one really is just how quickly can you come out and try and take advantage of a Falcons that hasn't gone 2-3 games into a series yet.
Yeah, we appreciate your guys' patience at home as well, making sure all the players are ready to go and everything like that. As someone who has been a part of many, many productions, and Herc, you can attest to this as well. If people knew the amount of hands that go into making a LAN work, even one like this where, sure, it's not, an international competition, huge LAN, but any LAN of any size takes a lot of hands to make work. There's a lot of moving parts. And so sometimes you get some delays, and we are in a slight delay at the moment before we get our teams ready, but we will be doing those walkouts here shortly. So we appreciate your guys' patience at home while we continue on here. It's fun to see some of the individual talents and even some known names in Saudi Arabia. Heard for you and me coming over here to the Saudi eLeague, getting a more intimate look at some of these players, but even some mainstays. Like I thought Basil actually looked pretty decent. I've seen Basil for a while here in MENA and RLCS, and even some clips in Saudi eLeague. It's cool to see him playing pretty decently. We saw Yazid and Uval do some pretty good things on GK in that last lobby, even Fossil as well. So like there's a lot of great individual talent, and Saudi Arabia has even gone through a couple of roster shifts or roster conglomerations, because Twisted Mind's starting to figure it out, right? They take Naupo, they have a powerful roster there. Still difficult to actually take it out. So we have the walkouts coming through now. We will start to get the game underway. But I gotta say, it's gonna be tough, all right? You probably are not beating Falcons here. It's probably a 3-0, because I'm sorry, it's Falcons. What more do you want me to say about that?
Yeah, you gotta walk into it and be like, it is an honor to lose to you. That's pretty much the vibe. But no, they're here, so you know what? Be afraid, be excited. Falcons, they're making their way to another stage in their home region. I mean, the new, okay, first off, sidetrack. I was gonna talk about the jackets. This new fit. Look at the pant. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. TRK's pant choice is kind of it.
I'm loving it, and you got the white Falcon logo with the white shoes to help accent it out. Let's go.
These are planned fits.
Absolutely
I respect
fitted.
it. Now, playing in cargo jeans is crazy, but
I agree with that.
It looks
I
good.
question that choice. I think it only looks good because of that jacket.
It's
Otherwise,
also
I don't know about the cargo pants. I don't know.
If you see that jacket, are you zipping it all the way up to the top like that?
100%. You just look like a professional. Vision coming out. Love that logo.
Very clean.
Their first time on LAN in Major 4, and now they're here at the Saudi eLeague Championship, playing their second LAN, and like you said, I'm sure they have tons of respect for the team they are about to play. I'm sure lots of teams would kill to be able to play Falcons regularly on LAN. This is a team that gets to do that now, 2 LANs in a row. I'm excited to see what they have, what they can bring against the best offense in the world.
Oh, as am I. I mean, that's the right perspective to have on it too, right? Is you actually, despite potentially going in and knowing, what the situation is and that you're gonna most likely be defeated, at the end of the day, you get to play.
Look at these.
Oh
fits.
my gosh!
Look at this.
Wait,
I
everybody
love it.
looks so
They're
clean.
matching.
Jorby, we need to coordinate. Look at this.
Next time, Hercules, we'll invert our.
Yeah, they're inverting
well.
their outfit. I don't know if y'all can see this on the broadcast. I'm gonna check. Okay, you guys can't see it, but the casters have inverted colors of each other's fits, and
That is my bad. I forgot they couldn't see that.
It's very clean. It's very clean. It's blue and white. They wore the opposites of each other.
Yeah, that's great. I do love the thought there, and they always say, you look good, you feel good, you play good. And while the casters aren't playing, the players are, and Falcons look absolutely dripped out. So I'm excited to get into this game and see what Vision have to offer us, because that's kind of what we've been talking about this whole time, right? Vision, show me what you got, in my best tone.
No, I'm right there with you, and to finish on what I was talking about before, right? Like, even though you're going into something where you know that you are playing a #1 team, not only in your region but the world, right? You also have to sit back a little bit and be like, we get to have more experience than anybody else. Every time they play this team, your gameplay is going to be elevated by a ton. Also, I just want to talk about, he looks so young. He looked like a
That's because
child.
Hercules, are you ready for this? Because he is young.
How old is he? Is this one of those 13-year-old?
No.
How old? That's a baby face.
Yeah. I mean, look.
I'm looking it up.
Most people got baby face like the whole way up until the end of their early 20s. If you go past that, then you're good.
15.
He's 15. That's way farther away from 13. Ask any 15-year-old.
That's only 2 years off.
Ask any 15-year-old.
He's basically 13.
And they'll tell you I was basically a whole different human at 13.
Aw,
Like, you remember
imagine being like 15 going up against the Falcons. I would be terrified.
Yeah, terrified against this guy. That smile on his face, I would be terrified. Yo, even the shirt underneath.
It's clean.
Okay. All right, Falcons, how do I get that jacket? Is that jacket buyable?
I was gonna say, is this buyable merch?
This is, I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous how good that looks. I can't get over it. And over on this side, we got good jerseys. I actually love the color. You know, it's not a loud.
This one is different.
This is like turquoise almost.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of love the turquoise color. You know, you don't go for a louder variant of blue or green, which could be distracting, but this one's like a little more muted. I love the red accents on it as well. Looks good.
Mm-hmm. Very clean. I love when you see, you know, Rocket League orgs bring in jerseys that have a little bit of color, because everybody was so in on like the dark, like black and white with like one tiny accent. Not shaming the Falcons, even though that's literally their thing.
They put the white just for the white shoes, which elevates that look so much. I'm telling you.
They said, guys, we're gonna get a shoe sponsor. We gotta be ready.
Oh man. Well, I believe we will be getting into the game here shortly. Admin's making sure everything's good to go. And there's the fist bump. Seems like we are going to get started. The Falcons will continue their journey. Can they clean sweep their way through the entire Saudi eLeague year, as this team has been dominant for quite a while, and while the rest of the country and the region have been slowly catching up to them? It just shows you how different this squad is. So for Vision, let's see how it goes for them, as we saw Falcons on the quick attack earlier. Ops, nothing for them there, and Falcons will drive the ball down. And the big question for me for Vision, Hercules, is how do you handle Falcons' ability to create space where there is none? Really good at shortening up the field, getting touches that only they can get to. How do you react to that? Because you can play aggressive, you can just go for the ball all you want, but then they throw you with the feints, they throw you with the change-ups, and Roas actually finding his way through. Wasn't sure that one would find its way in, but Roas does find a way.
I gotta respect it. Nush got that first touch too, but Dr. Known had to make a little bit of a guess there, and I think, like you said, you know, Falcons, of course, are always going to be able to create something from nothing, and the big challenge is how do you slow that down? How do you stop them? And a lot of that is going to not only come down to being very confident in a lot of your challenges, but you got to be on it with those challenges at that, and of course backing each other up in a lot of these situations like this. Having those follow-up moments is going to be very key in giving yourself any sort of an opportunity against them. Great save there from Dr. Known to just kind of barely slow down the Falcons for just a mere moment here. This one immediately popped up and sent back. No touch on it.
No contact. It was a tight window. TRK forces it in front of the box. Great 50 from TRK. That's a difficult one, where you got to line yourself up well on defense, know what the goal is. The goal is get the opportunity in front of the box. TRK goes to the wide side on the right side of the ball. He doesn't have any boost left. His job is just to try to neutralize it and keep it in front of the net. He gets a perfect bounce to the top of the box there, and there was no follow-up ready for Vision. You see that 50 coming. With TRK's on the ball, someone's got to be ready for that follow-up. Ops gets a great 50 to start, but nobody there to really lock down killers. TRK will punt it away.
I gotta hand it to Vision. Only a 2-0 lead right now is not a bad position to be in. It is winnable if they can try and find some sort of an opportunity, but TRK around one, slow down, reset. 2 players to keep it on out, and 3 minutes left to go here. Vision Esports have done their best to at least kind of slow down, not let Falcons run away with things at every single moment, but the Falcons are rushing here. They're trying to take their shots one after the other. Big clear, though, could do wonders for Vision Esports.
Nush getting in the middle of it. Falcons come out from the scrum, and Killers moves through. Second man forced to make the stop. Vision looking for a possession. They take the midfield boost, but they still have to take TRK out of the play. Nush does just that. And Dr. Known gets in there. Love that approach. Dr. Known puts it above 1. Again, Vision got a stretch. Ops keeps it up. TRK unable to get a good 50. This is a good push from Vision right now. Killers, though, with a quick pop, and you saw the positioning. Could not get through. TRK 50'd out by Ops. Almost thought he had a free ball down the field, but Killers rotates back, and it's pushed right through it. First 2 minutes of gameplay, Falcons very comfortable, but that last 30 seconds was the best Vision had on offense so far. I love the way they were cutting in front, giving their team an opportunity with a free ball. Nush off the ceiling, musty, but not going to get anything out of it.
I mean, I respect it. At least they're, pushing forward and driving, themselves at least towards that net. Here's a nice little attempt. A little bit more power than I think Nush initially wanted. He's going to have to leave this to see if someone goes, but everyone calls themselves off, and Falcons are going to make their clear on it. But like you said, there was a moment in time where Vision Esports looked like they had themselves in it. No save is going to come on this one. There were 2 in net, but nobody not awkward enough to make the save off of it. Instead, it's just kind of a wide open. But Falcons, I mean, this is the moment where most teams get learned about a lot by them. That game number 1 is kind of where the Falcons sit back just a tiny bit and gather all the information they need for the rest of a series. What a crazy save. Double save to come out.
Thought somehow that was going to go in. It does not. TRK letting Killers come through. Vision on that last defensive try. And you had 2 players looking at the same spot. It's probably going to be a issue that continues for Vision as they try to get their footing, or wheeling, if you will, in this series. You got to be able to cover options that your teammates aren't, especially against Falcons. Having 2 of you caught with nobody able to challenge the ball means you at least got to be looking at 2 different spots. But this is the expected result, and we're trying to take away positives as we can for Vision, who again have only ever taken 1 game off of Falcons this season. That was back in the online portion of Major 3, or actually I believe also in Major 4 proper. They took that game, or took 1 game. Other than that, though, it's been straight sweeps for Falcons, which is the case for them against most teams outside of Twisted Minds. And we talked about for about 45 seconds of this game, they had a pretty decent offensive push, but as soon as they got broken out, Killers gets a hold of the ball, he finds a way to create space and relieve pressure. They're just too good and too consistent at too many things that, sure, things could go right for you for a couple of seconds in the game, but unless you can keep that up for 5 minutes, Falcons are going to get the better of you.
Right now, this team just, as a whole, as a unit, absolutely disgusting. Individually, all 3 players, absolutely disgusting. It is so difficult to slow a team down like this that is very aware of how consistent and incredible they are. Not only just, on the pitch in general, but just mechanically. They just feel miles ahead of most people in the thought process as well. But very simple, clean game number 1 there from the Falcons. There was about, like you said, 30 seconds or so where it felt like Vision could have gotten it into the series a little bit. That was on that musty shot there back when they had some space. But at the end of it all, Falcons end up taking them down 3-0 completely. And, well, game number 1 goes the way most expected.
Indeed. You look at the shot totals, you got 12 shots for Falcons and 1 for Vision. Not how you want your offense to go. There are some times you can score more goals than you get shots. Thank you, game. But it's still not. We still wouldn't have gotten you a victory here. And Nush sitting on a cool 98 points. Definitely have to get more value out of your touches there. Although you don't get points for demos, and I'll say your 2 demos, Nush, get you over 100 points for me. Okay, demos 15 points. That's what I'll say. So he gets 30 more. All right. It's not that much more, but demos are valuable.
I respect them. I mean, it actually can make a difference in upset people in the best way possible.
You don't need to get points for bumps, and those sometimes lead directly to goals.
Yup.
Many
I don't know.
times.
One day we'll get that update. Rocket League 2.
But until that day, we will keep on talking about how important those things are while your teammates in ranked complain about it. Or maybe it's the opponent complaining about your bumps in ranked. But I'm sure your teammate wouldn't like you bumping them. Don't bump your teammates in ranked. Bump the other guys and tilt them. We'll see what Vision can do here as we get game 2 underway. But expected result on the other side, Twisted Minds will be playing against R8 after this match, and then we'll be done with all of our upper bracket matches for the day and figure out who our winner final match will be against. And you know, the Twisted Minds match, that's not a gimme one, considering how R8 have played in previous majors, online and on LAN. But also this Vision team, we talked about some of their results, which are they took Twisted Minds to 5. We know that this team has it in them. We saw it in them for 45 seconds in game number 1. And Hercules, you were even saying maybe they were just like trying to get their wheels turning, right? And trying to get actually in this series. Falcons, who have so much experience, they don't seem like they want to drop this championship. They'd love to sweep all 5 lands here for the Saudi eLeague.
That is a crazy sentence. Like, when you really think about it, right? Like, imagine 5 lands, and you've already taken 4 of them. Potentially a 5th off of coming off of an international World Cup as well, where you repped your country. Like, absolutely disgusting success.
Game 2 underway. And what do Vision Esports have in mind here for Falcons? And the one thing I thought that they would struggle with was Falcons' ability to create space when they're under pressure and break out. And that was definitely something they didn't have an answer for. But the other thing I think Vision are finding out real quick when they play Falcons is on defense, their positioning, where you have second and third man. They're very reliant on that first defender getting a save into a clear space. But if that clear doesn't go well, it goes right to an enemy player and they get to shoot. 2 players in the rotations in the second and third spot end up sitting in the same spot off ball. Nobody's kind of playing that inlet. And so I think that positioning, that relaxed defensive positioning, is something that Falcons are going to exploit almost every single time. I mean, some of their shots were not very difficult, as double tap is just off target. Roas, no fear though, didn't even feel the need to jump. Was hoping to maybe feed it to his teammate. Was just trying to get out of the way. Falcons back on offense.
Crazy how even just in that game number 1, right, there was only 1 registered shot at least, even though they attempted to throw themselves at it, but they got their 1 for this game number 2. Another Falcons shot comes through, although 2 minutes scoreless is the longest it's been in a while for Falcons. Probably feels a bit odd. They're going to try and find something quickly so they don't start to feel like they're in a panic by any means. Although if you're a Vision Esports player or fan, you got to feel pretty decent about this. Going that first halfway, pretty decently successful. It's a great save. Better follow out. Still, Vision Esports continue to stay in this one. Around the corner, Ruas. They're still not in.
And there you go. Killers finally breaks through. And that was a difficult one. Killers started all of that with that air dribble that he almost scored, a reset underneath. And then again, these clears, no one available to follow it up. It was an attempt out into space, but it was a tough one. You had to catch the ball, try to kick it out to the side. You didn't have any real way to control it. The ball was pushed right down into your nose. And Falcons, again, it's just throw the ball at the net, wait for Vision to cough it up. Eventually, they will, but also a couple of clean touches on contested challenges are not going to help you out if you're Vision. And here's another one they have to put out into space. The pop-up getting bumped. Falcons look like they might get it. Killers gets the pass out and cannot find the shot on target, but Roas will get one dotted between the eyes.
Such a rare, just overshot, just a little bit too much power on it. But, I mean, one of the most regular follow-ups you're going to see from this team there. As quickly as it was even, it is now a 2-0 lead for the Falcons here with just over 2 minutes left in this game number 2. And, well, 2's a lucky number, and Falcons are, well, a very lucky team. And they're going to keep going on it and keep pushing, and Vision Esports is slowly getting boxed in more and more. They finally break out. This is a great attempt. I see, well, the Vision, and so did Falcons.
Honestly, why not just shoot that ball? Ross was coming through. Everything was pretty much covered. But why even take that 50 against Ross? Why not just try to shoot that ball, get it past him? You know, bringing it down and it dying into the corner. You're down 2. You've been outscored 5-0 in the first 2 games. You got to start taking some pot shots. This one gets cleared out again. 2 shots this time for Nush, so they've doubled their shot output from the last game. He's going to leave the play, though. Ops was hoping to find him. An easy clear down the field for Falcons.
Not too bad. I mean, this one's a little bit closer. Dr. Known over 1. Almost was able to force it. The follow didn't come through. It was just a little bit late, and it's a crazy breakaway from Ruas and another follow-up from his brother. And, well, the Falcons just, you know, they had a moment of shakiness where everyone was like, all right, it's pretty late in the game for you guys to have not scored here. And, well, and just back on business.
How frustrating does that have to be on defense? Rolas goes to challenge you on the back wall, underneath. He gets the ball light. You still recover, but then Rolas goes right underneath you, trips your wheels up so you can't jump in time to actually defend that shot. Rolas, incredible setup. Good work, and wow. Little skip. Falcons almost getting a 4th goal there. They still might. Killers underneath. Finds his teammate, and it's saved barely off the putt. TRK! TRK, that's rude! Wait a minute. I don't think you're allowed to do that when you're up 3-0. What? He goes out and back in.
That's just, okay. You can have the whole field if you want, if that's really what you want. Oh, I mean, you talk about frustration. Vision Esports managed to keep it close for so long, and it's just all falling away from them. Even more so than it did in game number 1, but great learning experience all the way around by any means. They've had a couple more moments where they're able to break out. Great shots, great saves, though. 24 on the clock here. I mean, you just keep adding to the pain. Oh!
They're bleeding out. It's only game 2. But they are crushing them right now. I believe 8 total goals now. No, it was 4, or it was 3 in the first one, yeah. So 8-0 in the first 2 games. Falcons in perfect sweep territory right now. And despite Vision actually getting more shots on net than they did last time, which granted is not too hard to get more than 1 shot, I guess against Falcons. I should hold my breath there. Vision, they looked actually worse on offense this time around. Outside of that Dr. Known Zen special attempt, they really didn't have anything. And TRK, that goal, when we go to the highlights, like, he's just straight up, I'm just going to diff on you because you're not that guy, little guy. He's that little guy. Look at that.
Aww.
Love that. Everyone in the crowd, you got the youngins out supporting their favorite squads here. And a lot of pride, no doubt, in Saudi Arabia for not just everybody here, but also this Falcons team that has represented them well on the international stage. I keep talking about it and keep mentioning it. Following that FIFA E World Cup win against France was something that this country and that team in particular have been waiting to get for so long, to beat a team like that. And then you go into your own country regionals and you dominate. And where's that TRK goal? It's coming soon. We had some saves, and this play right here too from the loss, totally tripping him up. Good stuff.
I think it's coming in soon. It's right here.
Here it is. Comes out. No,
Oh,
we cut away from the best part. No.
You missed the best part. This question
grabbed the
comes
save,
out,
but
the
not the
own
follow.
goal, all of it mixed together. I mean, Vision probably was like, cut the cameras. So
I don't want to see this again.
not again.
You can understand it though. I mean, Vision, they do get 4 shots on net, but look at the amount of saves they got to make. 12 saves to an absolute blizzard of shots. 17. Math is hard. Shots for Falcons. They got 5 more than last time. So 29 shots in the first 2 games for Falcons. Definitely living up to that dominant offense. This is what they should be doing to Vision Esports.
This is just crazy. I mean, There is no let up, but I will say, I will give props to Vision. At least in that first half of the game. Defensively, they were managing to keep up just a little bit. A couple of those moments, there was a little luck added in a couple of the situations there, but they kept him out for the most part. It wasn't until that first one came through that it really just, that one shot cracked the entire defense. Everybody just started to bleed, and there really was no coming back from it for some reason. But one last chance, at least an attempt to try and make, you know, one statement in this series, is Team Falcons sits on match point.
Well, in order to get that done, you gotta make noise. Unfortunately for Vision Esports, they've been put in the dead room. And for those of you that don't know what a dead room is, it's a room where literally virtually all sound gets absorbed. If you've never been in one of those rooms, I don't recommend it. You go a little crazy. You can hear your blood pumping.
Oh.
In your body because there's no other sounds. And that's what I'm trying to paint that picture for you, because that has to be how Vision Esports feel right now. They gotta be hearing their own blood pumping, because Falcons just keep on scoring. I mean, the whole goal just happened there, Herc, and what, 9-0 in goals now for Falcons.
That's just, I mean, brutal for both situations. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Okay, well, you know what? Progress. Keeping that shot out. Not a 2-0 in the first minute. That's a great sign. You see the cheat up. They're gonna start. You do what you can. You try and throw yourself at this ball before they can throw themselves at it. TRK is gonna try and drop that one down out into the corner. He's just trying to solo play it, have his fun, have his moment. And Vision saying, "No, this is towards the end of things. We are going to be a little bit more reckless, and it could be a little harder to predict."
You know, you saying that reminds me of a MOBA commentator that, you know, the team, it's like 30 minutes in, they're down 15k gold, you know, they're losing every jungle objective, but the commentator still goes, you know, if they just center around this player right here, then maybe they could do something. He doesn't actually believe that they could do something, right? But like, he's trying to show a path forward.
Yeah,
you know,
what,
I love that you're trying to be that IGL for Vision right now. I do respect it.
I could do it. You know what? We're just everybody pick a player. We'll take turns. You know, these next 30 seconds, everybody hands on Ruas, right?
Whoa. Ruas put his hands on them. How about that? They caught hands. Ops, you missed it. And everybody was expecting that. Jeez. And all of a sudden, Ruas just puts it on his hood. I can't believe it skipped like that. I think the skip there was more surprising than anything. Did he pinch off of the tailpipe of Dr. Known when he went back? Why does that skip upwards like that? It just pinched?
We'll see it in the montage later.
They're gonna cut away from that one too. It's
yeah,
too
they're
to
gonna
watch.
be like, it's too much for them to see.
You know what, Vision? Yeah, you don't need to see that.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Now 10-0 in goals scored. All going to Team Falcons. Not that, again, I think even perfect sweep territory is not even the most surprising outcome for Falcons. This is kind of their thing. This is what they do. Outside of playing against Twisted Minds, and maybe when they're online, they may drop a game or two to teams like Vision, but they always dominate, no matter what. And it's another dominant performance here in game number 3. With 2 minutes left, you're up by 2, but it feels like a million.
Yeah, 2 goals under the Falcons does feel closer to a million. Reset over 1. There's been so many moments where you're like, okay, I see the potential here. You have a moment, and those little moments that we just saw are probably why a game was taken here and there randomly. But for now, honestly, I think keeping it at a 2-0 is success in itself, right?
Okay.
Could have been 5-0 like last time, right? Game number 1, 3-0. 2-0 at this rate? You know, put them in a best of 7. Eventually, they're scoring 1.
Collision. High speed in the midfield. Vision have actually looked pretty good on this possession. They just can't get that shot in. Ops sitting underneath it. Back to the far side. was hoping to see a little bit more out of Nush in this series. Maybe I'm biased because I've been watching some of his ones in recent months. But I'm not really going to have much expectations against Falcons. I'll be interested to see Vision in the lower bracket, though. Lower bracket will be interesting between all those other teams. Gets pushed down. Falcons hold the ball for a little bit longer. At this point, Vision are just fighting not to get perfect sweat. A little pop-up underneath as well. And a catch in the midfield. Time is expiring here, Herc.
I keep waiting to see Vision Esports have like their one moment, like just get one goal. There's been 2 moments so far where they really could have done it, and it just doesn't continue to conclude, and it's gonna be because TRK is gonna crossbar down to himself, and it's the same story as time goes on. You have to respect it. You kind of have to just throw your hands up and be like, they are who they are.
I mean, like, Vision did what they thought was the right thing there. Go and challenge Roas, force him to make a move. Roas is like, okay, I'll fake my touch. And then you see TRK coming and you're slightly off the ball and you're like, TRK is about to absolutely destroy me. I need to cover. And then he just bounces it to the top shelf and you're like, okay, well, I guess I just do nothing then. 11-0 in 3 games. And perfect sweep is still on the table. Falcons have the 4th man help them out. And they'll perfect sweep their way to the winter final here at the Saudi eLeague Championship.
Absolutely disgusting. They are so good. You see the 3-0s from the fans. I mean, you can't not be happy for them. It's so insane. And then, of course, flip side of things, Vision Esports, it was a valiant fight. There were moments where really they looked like they might have been able to do it to him, hand him at least a goal, but they couldn't quite get their footing at the end of the day. Falcons are inevitable, and, well, you just got to nod your head towards it and accept your fate.
Vision were usually good to get some goals in their previous matches against Falcons, even on land. But, like, again, between Major 4 and now, even this Falcons team is a little different. They're riding high off that FIFA eWorld Cup win, and they got to feel in their most confident place right now, and that's a scary place to be, to go up against Falcons. No team in the world wants to play a Falcons team playing that confident. But they absolutely did. They looked very comfortable doing it. Flat zeros across the board, and the only numbers that Vision can find are in the savior department. But unfortunately, saves do not make you a hero in Rocket League. They only keep you in the fight for a little bit longer. Well, they move to the winter final. And next up, we'll have R8 versus Twisted Minds. Curious if that one will go any differently than this one. The expectation is for Twisted Minds to win it for sure. Vision will play GK in the lower bracket. We won't be airing that game today. That will be tomorrow, Hercules. But you've been talking about how you like this GK squad. What do you think about that matchup?
It's an interesting one. I think they're my hot take team for sure. And a lot of it is just, I love when teams, try to come in with a little bit of a different vision than what the rest of the region might be bringing to the table. And I don't know, there's a world where that causes the upset, but there is so much potential for that lower bracket to get really messy really, really fast. And a lot of it is going to come down to this next matchup, that Twisted Minds versus R8 Esports, especially if R8 can force the upset. I am very curious. I'm not going to count them out by any means. I think it is way more doable in this scenario for that to happen than what we just saw. And R8 had a very solid warm-up game in their first series. It went all the way to Game 5. They took it the distance. It was 1 overtime in that one as well. So they are sitting, waiting. They are charged up probably as well. Ready to get into it and try and force something new on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing, if you want to know how close it could be, in the off-season open, the last one, and this was literally last week, Falcons ended up going 5 games versus this R8 team. So you just saw Falcons what they did there. Granted, this is LAN, this is Saudi eLeague. It's different than the off-season open, which is a non-streamed 3v3 event. So the vibes are just completely different there. And I have no doubt that would affect gameplay a little bit. But the last time they played Twisted Minds, R8, that was at the Major 4 final, they lost in 4 games. But they did take a game. And they were able to actually beat their last demon, which was they lost to GK in 5 games in Major 4. In lowers, and they were eliminated. But they sent GK to lowers in 5 games this time. That was the first match we watched today. So if there's any hope for this R8 team, I think Telem told you in his interview at the end of the game, which was they were too hoppy on defense. They were too pre-jumpy, and their rotations were poor. They fixed that. They won game 5 in dominant fashion versus GK. Can they take that same philosophy and that same mentality against Twisted Minds? Because they have Nalpo, and everybody's familiar with that guy and know what he's capable of. It's not just him on that team, though. It's a triple threat on Twisted Minds. They will not be an easy game no matter what. Mawson and Meisho are solid players in their own right. I'm excited to see that one for sure, but I believe we are doing a post-game interview, so we'll have that ready for you guys. It's going to be TRK, and so we'll be, or Mo, who is our producer, running the cameras and the sticks in the back. Shout out Mo. Will be translating for us, and we'll be translating to you. So shout out Mo for that work. Behind the scenes, we do have the interview with TRK now.
So yeah, if you guys missed it, we do get the interviews, and they are translated here for the English broadcast. Question number 1, got it in advance. It's a simple one. How are you feeling after winning? And he's probably gonna smile and say something like, "Oh, it's
say you
so
feel
normal."
I'm gonna be like, how do I feel?
It was okay. It was okay. I did it with my eyes closed.
They scored no goals. I feel bad for them. That's what I would say if I was there.
That's crazy.
TRK said he feels great, and we did great. That was his response to that.
Very
I just want a player to say that they don't. But question 2 was, how did you manage to pull off a 3-0? And his answer to that was, Vision is a good team, but we were prepared and ready.
Honestly, valid. I
Looked like it.
Yep. Let's see. Up
Question.
next, he asked, we noticed your playstyle is more towards possession rather than pressure. What's the secret? He's going to be like, we're never telling you.
I do feel like those two things are intertwined a little bit too. But TRK answers that with, we have a play style against every team. So that's interesting. Their approach to different teams are a little different. I have no doubt that is especially true against certain rosters, especially on the international level as well. But they really know these Saudi teams really well. Question 4 was, who do you want to face next, R8 or Twisted? And he's like, we don't care. We're ready for anyone. But they actually prefer Twisted.
I'll be honest, I feel like he wants the challenge.
He wants the challenge.
He wants the more difficult matchup, which
someone
I
score goals
respect.
against us, is what he's saying.
Come
and fight me.
Well, I'll do it.
You'll do
you
it?
think if you threw in like 3 people that they just had never like you, me, and like
Look, Herc, you've told me what happens
Zen.
in your diamond lobbies, okay? I don't know if you want to volunteer.
Great. I am a top 8.
Are you better than perfect sweep great, though?
Could be. Only one way to
I
find out.
guess we'll never know.
Well, yeah, y'all never know. So
Okay, you'll have to get out there, get in the tryouts. But good stuff from Falcons for sure. I'm with you. I'm excited to see that lower bracket as well. And we'll obviously talk a little bit more about R8 and Twisted Minds because that's the match coming up next. But a final look at the highlights. It's going to be all Falcons all day. And maybe we'll get to see that TRK goal again. Last time it was just the save, and then we didn't have something after it. But the goal was kind of sick. And this was the closest they got to the net. That play right there. That was the closest they got. And then it was 2 players sitting net, covered the same area, and watch us get scored on. That was a good save, though.
yeah. One of the better ones, and unfortunately, I mean, just it played out the way that most people expected. Falcons just completely running away with it. I will say though, the flowers, a couple of them can go to Vision. They were This was not a complete and utter blowout. And I know you guys think, oh, a sweep is complete and utter blowout.
A perfect
10,
sweep.
a 10-0.
A perfect sweep.
Okay, but I'm like,
11.
you know, could have been like a 5-0 scoreline plus every single time. It was
What?
3-0, 5, and
What?
3.
You're saying
Hey,
they could have got stomped harder?
Somebody needs to
They
be
could've
the
allowed more
positive
goals.
one for them. And
That's
you know
like-
what? If I was 15,
the only positive is if you're all Falcons.
hey, you know what? Give them some time. They're only 15, right? TRK is like 19. Give them like
Okay,
4
okay.
years of playing against him.
Fair enough.
Eventually, they're gonna score.
But
Maybe
not
even
today.
win. Not today. Today is
scored
not
more
that day.
goals in
This
the- in
this
major
major is not that time. It is not
Maybe
your time.
tomorrow.
It's still the Falcons era. So, oh
It
man,
always
but
has been, hasn't it? I mean, that's why
it
they've
really
won.
has. It's so awesome. I love watching teams that stick together when they're like really successful too, and they don't make the random switch up that everybody's like, please don't do that.
Yeah,
I respect
especially
it.
after the last time they lost a grand final, you thought maybe they try to bring in. I think there maybe even was some rumors that something was going to happen, and then they stuck with the same roster, which obviously ended up benefiting them for FIFA E. And no doubt they want to sweep Saudi eLeague here, and then maybe actually get an RLCS major win under their title belt as well. I have no doubts they have their eyes on that prize, and getting the curse off of them. Great. They're certainly playing like it. I know TRQ said, well, we've come prepared or for everybody. But like, honestly, when you're just that much better than everybody, then yeah, of course you're prepared. Like, you guys are just ridiculously good. And you're gonna get those wins. So, you can feel that confidence from TRK. And when they look that good, honestly, I'm scared for even Twisted Minds, who have been the only team that have beaten them in Saudi eLeague.
Yeah, I'm really curious what Twisted Minds brings to that matchup. If it does go down, knock on wood, you never actually truly know in that 1% off chance. But I mean, it's been a great looking day for every single person. Very standard on what to expect. Nothing crazy has really happened so far. The first potential crazy moment after this break, because shortly we've got Twisted Minds versus R8 Esports. Guys, don't go anywhere. See you right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Saudi eLeague Championship. Jorby and Hercules have been bringing you through the action today on the English side of the stream, and the links are also being dropped in Twitch chat. If you would prefer to hear the main Arabic stream with the Arabic casters that are on LAN with the players, you can always click on that link and, have both streams up if you want. But if you need the English, well, Hercules and Jorby have you covered. We just got done watching Falcons' perfect sweep over Vision Esports Hercules. And we don't have to say anything else about that game because we've said enough about it. Falcons left it all out there for us to say. But now we move over to R8 versus Twisted Minds. Now, the interesting thing about this R8 roster, so Telem does join this roster for Major, not for Major 4, but he was on this roster for Major 4. They play Twisted Minds in that Major final, in the Major 4 final. They lose, not in like the bracket final, but on LAN. They lose 1-3. So they took a game. Not bad, right? Unfortunately, on the online portion of the Major 4, they lost 0-3. And then you have to go further back to the last time they played Twisted Minds at the Major 3 LAN. They took Twisted Minds to 5 games. Now, does that mean there's a chance? That means that they played them pretty close, and I don't think we're going to see the same type of dominant performance that we saw last time. But then again, this team has Naupo.
Yeah, there's different factors, different things affect, many different scenarios of how this can play out. And you do have to also go as recent, right, as the Game 5 that was in upper round 1 for R8 Esports. All the way to Game 5, they had to adapt and learn some things fairly quickly, get themselves back into the swing of things, and they did it. And I think going up against this Twisted Minds roster with a huge level of respect to, all 3 players that are on this team, right? R8 Esports, if they can adapt as quickly as they were in that upper round 1, there is a chance that this is much closer than I think even Twisted Minds might expect, because they do have the capability, they have the resources. In particular, I think my eyes probably more so go a little bit to Basil. He was very involved all the way around on the pitch. It felt very, initiator kind of vibes, right? So Twisted Minds just gonna have to figure out who to slow down, and same can be said for R8.
And Naupo on this team, this will be his last rodeo with this squad. I don't know if he'll it depends. He might choose to still play with this squad in Saudi eLeague in 2025. I'm not exactly sure how that will work, but at least for the next upcoming season of RLCS, he'll be playing with Atomic and Rise. And an interesting trio that will be, but he's with Masan and Meisho right now. And so with this potential last run together as a squad, no doubt they want to put their best effort out there and put a nice little capstone onto what has been a fun year in Saudi eLeague. You make it to the finals every time, but then it gets frustrating because you just can't beat Falcons twice. They get sent to lowers, they get the bracket reset against Falcons, they don't actually take the cookie home. And who knows what they got in the oven though. And R8, you can't sleep on them. No doubt they want it. They played them tight a couple of times this season already, but this is this Twisted Minds roster. Masan and Meisho been around for a while, and of course, Basil, Suspect, and Telem. Telem talking about being adaptable in his last interview, and no doubt we'll hope that Suspect doesn't have any more assisted own goals up his sleeve.
Yeah, definitely they're gonna try to not make any of the cheeky mistakes that got made in their last series. Of course, they've had a little breather in between this series here, so enough time to talk, kind of gather your thoughts in preparation for this one, because this is a very important one. Because not only, yes, is it gonna make your life a lot easier if you can take this particular series, right, but the closer you play to Twisted Minds, right, the closer this series is, even if they were to fall to that lower bracket, right, it sets them up very well to try and make their run if they can keep this very close. If it's very, far out, if this is a sweep and it just doesn't look like they can quite get it together, I'd be a little bit more nervous for them headed throughout the rest of, the event. But right now there is a lot more than just pride riding on this particular series.
I think you said it too. This offense probably needs to run through Basil. He did a great job of relieving pressure for his team on defense, but not just that. You relieve the pressure by bringing the ball down, giving yourself a chance at a 50-50, but also breaking out through the midfield. Basil was doing both of those things. And I think it just came down to touch quality and touch control for the rest of R8. You're still going to need that against Twisted Minds. I don't think you're not going to see the immaculate control that you get from Falcons, but you will get a high-powered, high-pressure offense, especially with Naupo at the head of that offense. But I think the Twisted Minds have some defensive weaknesses that R8 are certainly capable of punching through. So we will be getting started with the game shortly, but we do have the team walkouts to get through as well, which we will be getting to here shortly. But I don't think it's impossible at all. I think the previous results, Hercules, are telling us that like it can be close between these two squads. It just comes down not just to your overall team ability, individual ability, but also the feel. How are Twisted Minds feeling when they step out onto the stage? R8 have already played a match today. They're already a little warmed up. They got those first game stage jitters out of the way as we begin to get the teams and the players on stage and get this last match of the day started.
Well, we're going to see how they do. First off, we're going to see who has the most aura as far as drip goes, right? We saw some crazy fits today.
Falcons winning
Falcons
right now.
Falcons even won the drip contest. They looked so clean. So I'm excited to see how everybody looks coming out on this one. I'm not sure who's coming out first. My guess is it probably is going to be Twisted Minds. But let's see.
They've done blue side first every time, so you got to imagine that's how they're going.
Yeah.
Bring it, Washington. Thank you.
All right. Let's see.
The brain.
Honestly, loving the pink and the red. It's cute.
It doesn't it's almost like BDS-esque with the color scheme. But I like this version of these colors. I actually really love the vibe of that pattern on the jersey. And there you have it. There's your Twisted Minds players getting ready to get started, and watch it bringing in their opponents. R8 already played a game today.
See. I mean, they know they got the upper hand. Here comes the stare down.
All right, swag time. What do we got?
Right.
What are we wearing?
What
Love
do we-
this logo.
See, I didn't see matching shoes on Twisted Minds, so R8 Esports has the opportunity to outdo them.
Yeah, the whole fit's got to match, right? That's why Falcons are winning right now. So. Okay, that's fine. You got the white shoes to match the white accent. You know what really would have went hard though? Gold shoes, yellow gold shoes to
Ooh,
match
like
the accent
yellow
on
shoes?
the edge of the sleeves there. Yeah.
Funny story, way back in the day, all the players of Dignitas and the girlfriends and the fans and everyone bought these limited edition Nike shoes because they were black and yellow, and we wore them to LAN,
Nice.
and nobody noticed.
Yeah, you'd like to. I feel like if you want that drip to work out, you need that accent somewhere else other than the jersey as
Other
well
than
to
the
really
shoes.
make it look. Yeah.
Look clean. Those white shoes that we saw in Falcons earlier. Whew.
I see that worked because of all of the white accents on their jacket. So it just looks like it completes the look, you know? It's not just the shirt that has to look good. You got to think about the pants. You got to think about the shoes. If you're wearing any other accessories, what colors are they? All right. Color theory. You dress good and you see it and you feel it. You're like, you know what? I need to color coordinate more often. I'm telling you, everyone out there, learn how to color coordinate, even
It'll make
in
you
your
feel
casual
better.
clothing. You'll feel like a boss.
You really will. Those monochrome outfits too. If you hit that,
That's true.
that's another level.
Can be a vibe. Twisted Minds trying to vibe. They just saw what they're probably going to have to play against in the winter final in 2 days. But that's the big part about winning this game, is that if you win this match, you don't got to play until Tuesday. And that would be really, really nice, because it's all lower bracket games tomorrow to get our third team to the loser final, of which we will play the final 3, potentially 4 best of 7s on Tuesday. Twisted Minds have made it to each grand final in the Saudi eLeague, all 4 of the majors. They have not been able to actually win, though. It's always been through the lower bracket, except for once, which was, I believe, Major 1, where they won in the upper final, but then lost. No, I think I have that wrong. It's still the same. Yeah, Falcons just beat them in the first series in Major 1. But 2 other times, Twisted Minds were able to reset the bracket. They just couldn't win that second best of 7 against Falcons. No doubt real hard to do. If you have any hope of getting far enough, you'd want to get to grand finals through that upper bracket. But R8 stand in the way. And we've talked about R8. This won't be an impossible task for them. It certainly won't be an 11-0 perfect sweep like we saw with Falcons. This R8 team took Twisted Minds, this very roster, to 5 games not that long ago. It's absolutely possible.
Oh yeah, no, especially if you've been there once, right? In the back of your mind, very obviously it is possible to do again. But you got to remember that on the opposite end of the field, Twisted Minds is going to remember that moment, and they're going to try and learn from it, and they probably have. And well, what better way to prove yourself that you're not going to let something happen again than in a rematch face-off? Twisted Minds versus R8 Esports. Winner gets to continue on through the upper bracket. Loser has just one more life left to give.
I think the big thing I'm looking at in game number 1 for R8 is your defensive structure. No pre-jump panic, confident positioning, being able to follow it up. You need to have awareness on all 3 players on Twisted Minds. And you might hear that and think like, well, no duh, you got to be aware of everybody. You'd be surprised by how easy it is to drop your focus when you're under a high-pressure situation and you lose track of somebody quickly. Twisted Minds don't put it on target. Suspect wisely lets his teammate clear it out, but Basil has to go chase the ball down. Actually gets through 1 on Twisted Minds, but no bump to follow.
That whole moment really kind of came down towards patience, and Twisted Minds was going a little bit faster than should have, which led to a couple of off-target shots here. Now R8 Esports gets a chance of their own. This one just overhead. And, well, to try and attempt to clear out, it's going to have to get cleared out by his teammates. Pinball back to 1.
Oh.
No connect. That could have been really dangerous. Also wanted the double, and Suspect. If there's one thing R8 Esports is going to do, is they're going to learn that leaving that backboard free is not going to be something that's going to happen again.
Yeah, they're definitely happy Twisted Minds weren't in position for that last rebound. Took too much time. Twisted Minds not finding any success actually getting this ball in front of the box after that last save. Nice demo from Suspect, giving a free ball, or at least a 50 chance, into the corner. Suspect tracking it well against Mayshow. Gets him out of the way as well, but no contact on the ball. Leaves it in a tough spot. And Twisted Minds, that's 2 shots now. You feel like should have found its way to the target. And they're still just throwing bodies at the problem. Tehlem getting through it, and Mawson will take the next carry. Twisted Minds keeping this ball past the midfield line. The pop-out leave. Still R8 have a response on defense. Poise on the defensive end, despite some of these plays not going their way. They're not finding space on the clears, but even Suspect playing a lot smarter. There's been a couple of leaves from him where he knew his teammate had a better angle to get a harder clear out. And that actually froze Twisted Minds both times he did it. So while they get the clear here, that's a great stop on defense there from R8.
I mean, if you are R8 Esports, again, you're going to have to come into this one with a plan. They said it in the interview that, and this is a previous interview, I think this was with TRK, but they have a plan against every team, right? It's eventual that most teams are going to follow suit and have to have a plan against everyone that they go against, and I'm sure R8 Esports has one against Twisted Minds. Right now, they've kind of let them take their shots, wear themselves down a bit. They finally got a breakout, although Nupo's going on back, reset over 1, tries to follow it. Pinch on the ground, but straight into the hands of R8. And Suspect no boost means a very weak clear. Gets sent back in a floater in from Mesha.
I don't know if I like this touch from Suspect. You don't have boost on this play, and it's going to be tough to find Basil on that play at all. Like you have two defenders that are ready to hop on that ball immediately. You don't have to punch the ball right into the defender when you have no boost. You can hold and play for your best 50. And I think that was the best option for Suspect. Instead, he dumps it and gives a free, easy clear and gets a 2-on-1 for Twisted Minds. They only needed 1. And so a difficult touch there, I think, for Suspect. That one you got to hold on to.
Yeah, playing it closer is probably going to do you more good than bad in this situation. And Twisted Mind's still up by 1. Redirect on back, just slow enough to make the save. Great little disruptive touch there, but it's still in favor of Twisted Minds. Just over a minute left to go here for R8 Esports to try and respond and just tie things up. Maybe force an OT if possible, but Twisted Minds want to deny it as best as they can. This one down. Good touch there from Basil, but again, Twisted Minds are going to play the faster game. Just keep trying to take these back so long as R8 doesn't play the ball close.
It's that control issue that I'm worried about with R8. Where we saw Basil doing a lot of it. Basil's actually been dumping the ball downfield when they should be bringing it down, and they get tackled. Now Bo gets a goal. And Twisted Minds. It was looking like a question mark for the first half of this game. Twisted Minds still had most of the pressure. And now they start to break out. All the hard work is paying off with 40 seconds left. They are taking a clean game right now. R8 try the bot kickoff. This one might work for them, but Mayshow skirts Suspect out of the way and proves a non-threat if you're on R8.
I respect the attempt on it too. It was probably for a second their hands got sweaty on Twisted Minds, but they still managed to keep them out and back. And 20 seconds left to go here in this game number 1 with a 2-goal lead is fairly comfortable. Although Talum, it looked like sign of life at least from R8. They're going to try it again here off the sidewall. He spots his teammate. Reset towards 1. Right into the hands of Mosin, but this is progress. Having these shot opportunities that are created and not just, given, that's a good sign of life, at least headed into this next one.
You just need to have that mentality on defense, not just from the midfield line. You see how much of a threat they all of a sudden become as soon as they start carrying the ball, playing into that 50. Suspect, you just try to take the shot at the end. You're down by 2. You got to make something work, right? But there's also, if Suspect wanted to, a potential pass on his right side available. There are some options there. You give yourself options when you control the ball instead of dumping it out, hoping you could chase it back down. So they have the right mentality when it comes to midfield, the offense. But now they need to find that same mentality. What are Twisted Minds giving you? Are they giving you the space? If you stop dumping it to them downfield, it's going to be a lot harder for Twisted Minds to actually hold on to the midfield. Now, granted, Hercules, obviously it's always easier said than done. It's not world-class analysis to say, hold on to the ball when you're on defense. But you see how much trouble that teams have actually doing that. You could get into your own head, especially against a team like Twisted Minds.
Yeah, when you're going up against a team that, realistically, they're in that top 2 almost every single time, right? When you want to have the time and the space to control that ball for a little longer, you have that panic in the back of your mind of, is there someone behind me, next to me, rushing me? How long do I truly have with that ball? And that's where you see a lot of that panic come in of teams, throwing it. We saw it in the midfield where, there was that kind of weak clear out and you're like, you should have played that one a little bit closer. But again, the panic, your mind almost becomes, the 4th player against you, and you gotta be able to stay calm and collected. And I will say a 2-0, not that bad. They did not have, I'm trying to see, I think I missed it, but wasn't more than like 3 shots for R8. But at least there were some registered. We've seen much worse in the past.
I really do think that it's just that one issue on defense. If they can find those carries a little bit more, I think they'll get more offense. But they have to force Twisted Minds to respect them when they're on their own half, because Twisted Minds were just throwing a body at the problem, taking the hard challenge, and when they didn't, R8 are like, oh god, they're going to come challenge, and then they dump it away because nobody's there. That's the awareness component that can drop so easily when you're in a rhythm on defense. Twisted Minds go and they challenge you quick 3 times in a row. What are you going to expect for the 4th beat? Another challenge. This time he drops down, and Mawson quickly gets there to stop the counterattack. Mayshow comes in to support. Little neutral hop to get onto the ground. Nalpo respecting that touch, and I like that from Taylor. Wisely come down. You see Nalpo decided, go ahead, hit the ball into me. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You bring it down, you tried to make a play, and look, Twisted Minds now have to actually force the 50 and break out. You didn't make it easy for them. They do get downfield, but the point is, make them work for it.
And they're still continuing to force that work right here. It's been a couple of shots forward, but really good saves coming out from R8. There was a lot of follow-ups too. Once that ball got dead balled on the goal line, they were able to make at least a half clear that let them out for a moment, but immediately sent racing back as Mesho tried to air dribble this one down. Twisted Minds still haven't found their place on the board yet, longest they've gone without scoring here so far. Just gonna let this one throw back into their own half here. Basil tries to get the drop down. This one just a bit high and wide.
I think you had two options available to you there. You either do that, or you try to take a shot to the far side. And that was going to be a tight angle to actually make that shot work. So that defender, not exactly right on top of you, but still, R8. You get an early chance there, right? And they're just doing a bit of a better job on defense to help create that. Nice little bump. Alpha actually turned and ran for that. I don't know if Mesho called them off there. This isn't working out for Twisted Minds. They're getting bumped off the goal line as well. Malpo forced to take the ball and pinch it almost on target. That's a little risky, and a pop-up. They want to go quick. How about that response off the ceiling? He's going quick and drops it almost into the bucket, but hits the rim and it bounces out, and the floor's a little wet. R8, hope the Twisted Minds get a little slicky. Here's Telem almost finding it. And a good pressure for R8. Suspect double tap off the side wall. Free rebound, and it's denied. He falls right back on top of it. Oh my God, Telem just saved the goal. Suspect needed the time to get back. Now a dribble and the flick. Nice take. Couldn't afford a rebound. Suspect doesn't give it to him.
I gotta respect the fact that R8 even knew when to call themselves off of that too, right? There was so much consistent pressure, and they're trying to continue it out here, but knowing when to fall back is really what is going to keep them in this game number 2 right here is Twisted Minds. Push forward here around the corner. Great challenge. It was a 50 on a nasty angle on in. And well, there it is.
I know exactly how he feels right now. All right. I took several challenges like that yesterday, and I took several dunks to my net that went exactly like that. All right. I felt that pain personally. And maybe you get this off the kickoff. You certainly feel like you need it, because you've had solid pressure this game. You've had good opportunities. You've actually had Twisted Minds on the ropes a couple of times, and you let that stinker in. And that one's gotta hurt. Suspect gets a good 50. Third man has to hold the ball and buy time if he can't put anything threatening on net. And it will be cleared out again, but look at R8. They're in the thirds. They get the demo, another sidewall touch. That one off the corner. Not the sidewall. But they still can't find their way in. Here's another free touch. Tried to pass it from the box. Shots denied. That one was easy for Mawson to save. And R8 desperately holding on to this ball. There's still plenty of time. Blocked. Reloaded. Fire! Oh, off the bar. Suspect can't find it. Their best chance just went to the wind. Basil, though, has one more, and they can fire in the cannons. Now, how many can they keep going? The gunpowder seems limitless right now. With a minute left in the game. Great catch from Basil. Underneath for a musty. He had no boost left, so did what he could with it. But a great hold there off the back wall. And will stop all that momentum. Make a tough save, but he makes it work. Telem got that touch. Uh-oh. The whiff, though. Mawson could punish you for it. Tries for the bump 50. He gets both. He gets a bump on the way back down to the floor. And a huge clear out for R8. They keep holding on to it. Mawson dropping back down again. Now Twisted Minds have possession. Drop for now, Mawson in the air with him. My goodness. That's gotta be gutted for R8 here.
The pressure's relentless. It truly, in all honesty, I will sit here and say R8's shots almost look more quality than Twisted Minds right now. It's just a matter of defense that is separating the two, and there is a number of times that R8 should have already found themselves on in, and they just weren't able to because Twisted Minds defensively knew when to turn up the notch, and 0 seconds on the clock. I mean, you got to score in regulation here as this one pops on up. And tell him, gonna try it from the corner here. Suspect and him working together. This one killed. And Twisted Minds, I mean, you earned that win.
Such a better game from R8. You said it. They had to earn that win. And that was something that didn't really feel like it was the case in game number 1. But all of the defensive issues they had in game 1 were gone. Like, they started controlling the ball. They were finding ways to make that space work. They weren't just giving the ball up for free anymore. And it was so much harder for Twisted Minds to actually score. The best chances they had were those 50s that went nowhere. R8 did a great job lining themselves out, and that has to hurt. That's the goal. The sole goal that goes in, and then Suspect had the chance right there. And obviously the window is tight, right? He's got to hit the top shelf there. But you're going to have to hit the top shelf if you want to beat Twisted Minds.
I mean, it's, by the way, equal in shots across the board, 10-10, and Twisted Minds was the only team able to find something, and it was just 1 of 10. I mean, it is an incredible sign of progress from R8. I stand by what I said. There were so many moments where R8 looked so quality in what they were throwing forward. Those were very, very sound defensive saves that Twisted Minds had to pull out of their hats. And there were a couple of times where it was like 2 people had to go for it just in the off chance that something went one way or wayside. And they had to get themselves covered on all fronts. And because of who they are, I mean, right, they're gonna pull it off. But R8 Esports did exactly what they did in their first series of the day. They found their learning moments, they adapted, they corrected, and they showed progress from one game to the next. Now, you've only got one more chance, right? To at least make this a little easier on yourself and get your foot back in the game. But Twisted Minds on match point. No opening goal off the kickoff, though.
You certainly couldn't let that go in and completely squash any kind of feel-good you had. Here's a demo from Suspect. He's looked so much better in this series than he did in the first series of the day against GK. There's a big reason why the R8 were able to break out of the midfield so often in Game 2. Work's not done, though. You haven't scored a goal. For all of the praise we were heaping onto R8 for their improvement, Twisted Minds are still in position to perfect sweep here, which is crazy, because it does not feel like it's as dominant as it was with Falcons just a moment ago against Vision, but they're trying to do their own perfect sweep here.
Yeah, it's really just them trying to do their own version of it, and that's exactly what they're doing. This one, a little more reminiscent of game number 1, being able to find that first goal in the first minute, first 40-ish seconds or so. I mean, there was a solid attempt at a save on that one, but even the touch was not enough to keep that off target. Twisted Minds go up first in this match point here, but you said it best. I mean, Falcons, you look at their series versus this one, and although it is the same storyline on paper, it's 2 completely different vibes of domination. It's so much more closer right now between Twisted Minds and R8 than it was what we saw with Falcons.
That catch from Telem was so difficult to catch and actually keep his nose square behind the ball, because he needed to get a follow-up 50. Otherwise, that was getting banged straight towards his net. To me, that was the little things always will get me, and that one definitely got me there. It's so hard to actually like go from the opposite angle on the ball and flip that you're still in front of it, but the ball's still close to you, and you have to flip. The timing is everything there. R8, though, they get cut off, and nobody's downfield for R8 on their own half. They have to dive back and make a save. That was Basil now in the line. It was Telem getting the touch, but Twisted Minds are just keeping the ball locked in the air. Now Basil's just completely frozen. Finally, someone gets in the third and gets the clear out. R8 have not scored a goal yet in the entire series. Twisted Minds got their early goal, but here's a quick pass to Suspect. Forces the 50 and a cover-up. Good call-off. But unfortunately, the call-off means no immediate follow-up. Suspect has to take an 8-boost challenge. Basil will get a free touch, but spawns with nothing.
Oh, man. I mean, you know, despite how things were playing out, that demo actually worked in their favor and was able to keep Twisted Minds back just a tiny bit. But what I am seeing is Twisted Minds are forcing the push-up quicker and quicker each time. They're even sending somebody up as far as to go and mess around with that third man there, and you'll see it if Napo's able to get past here. 10 to work with, reset forward. The path was cleared, but still R8 managed to keep this one out at the hands of Suspect, and Telem is going to try and figure this one out on his own. That's a powerful reset forward, but no second shot.
Yeah, no boost either to follow it. Meshel. Oh, that was a tough bounce. Everybody's having trouble hitting that ball. Basil wisely lets it drop. And that continues to be a lot better for R8 on defense, but it slips through, and their third man will pop another one. Called off. Nalpo has it clean off the back wall. Someone's got to shake him out of this, otherwise it's a full field. Dunkarooski, you put it in for him!
Well, okay. I mean, we were expecting this in the first 2 games, but at least we get to see a sneak peek of just how much this guy can solo an entire team.
I don't feel like there were many good options there.
No.
I don't think it's the worst idea for Basil to just try to cut it off, try to make that play. It's just unfortunate for him that it went straight into his own net, away from the last defender. It's like the idea is sound. The execution, silent. Oh, almost found the double. And Twisted Minds now in a solid position. Are we getting another perfect sweep? Nalpo just wants to keep adding to the goal total. I'm not going to match Falcons, who scored 11 to Vision's 0. Twisted Minds, it's been a little tougher for them. They've had 5 total goals. But 0 all the same for R8. Basil will try to get something going here, just trying to beat the first defender. Unfortunately, 1 defender is all they beat. And Mawson actually gets clocked on that play. And R8 get to stall this out for now, but Herc, they only got 50 seconds to go.
Yep, this timer is running out for them, and every time they inch near that mid-line, there is a Twisted Minds player taking that ball away and just clearing it forward, and it doesn't even have to be an on-target shot at that point. Making the clear into the orange side is time wasted enough, and you'll see it again here. Mosin just sending it to the backboard, doesn't even have to be on target, it's just time wasted. But Talon, 30 seconds, tries to get around 1, loses the 1v1 instead. It's a wide open net off a really quick transition. You can see the smiles all around too. They probably were like, okay, I didn't expect the challenge to be that solid off of Mesho. And well, he was like, just everybody just turn back. Just go back, run away, 3-0. Well, in potential for that 3-0 sweep.
Well, as we have heard through the rumor mill, through the reliable rumor mill, this Twisted Minds team is going to be changing. Nalpo will likely be joining Rise and Atomic in the future, at least for the RLCS. I don't know what it means for the Saudi eLeague team and Nalpo. Perhaps they still play for Saudi eLeague, but I don't know all the dynamics behind that. So I am simply guessing, if you will. But no doubt for Mawson and Mesho, they want to make the most of this championship. The most to try to put the capstone. And this has been an incredible statement, which still not as good as Falcons, but still better than we expected. R8 kept it close, but Twisted Mind shuts them out. Our second perfect sweep of the day. And our winner final remains the same. Major 1 to Major 4 to the championship. It's Falcons versus Twisted Minds to play for the grand final. R8 sent to the lower bracket.
Not too bad. I will give, some props to R8 Esports. They had moments of, brilliance where it looked like they really could have made this extremely competitive. In particular, game number 2, Twisted Minds, like I said, they had to earn it a number of times, but in this game number 3, it was a little bit of a different story. Twisted Minds kind of sat up and said, hey, we're going to remind you that we are still number 2 overall very consistently, and this is what we're capable of. And, well, they put their foot down in the right way. 4-0. Nothing, not a single goal to R8 Esports in this series, so they'll have to go home and, reconfigure the plan as they head down to that lower bracket quarterfinal. Well, they're going against, I believe, Bravado Gaming, the team that has not gotten to play on LAN yet in this particular event.
Yeah, Bravado ended up having to forfeit their upper bracket match because they had to make a substitution. We do hope everything is okay with Abdullah, but they will be playing with Truk tomorrow in the lower bracket. And if you were watching Saudi eLeague today and you go, man, I was hoping for some competition, I'm telling you guys, tomorrow is going to be nothing but entertainment, okay? Well, it's not Falcons or Twisted Minds. These guys play some of the most entertaining Rocket League, one way or the other. They love making their heroic saves. Like, this whole region is just so fun to watch. Saudi Arabia, the talent pool, and just watching how they play is just entertainment to a T. So tomorrow, definitely tune in for that lower bracket match. But Twisted Minds, I mean, insane stuff. Everyone looks solid. Mawson, solid. R8, though, I do think they're a big threat. And I think, Herc, this is where I do ask you, now that you've gotten a look at every team but Bravado, who do you like to follow up in that third spot behind Twisted Minds and Falcons?
I mean, I have to go R8 at that point. They had, the cleanest, closest game, the most potential I saw out of anybody to really keep things competitive. And as far as, adapting and learning in real time, I feel like they do it the quickest out of, the other teams that are putting themselves out there right now. So, I mean, right now it's just a world for potential rematches and between people that they've seen each other over and over and over again. And I don't know. I mean, even though R8 didn't get the win on Twisted Minds or even a game, right? You still have to walk away with your head fairly high. That was a very competitive matchup, more so than I think people were expecting.
Yeah, and Falcons look a head above right now. I'm really excited on Tuesday when we watch Twisted Minds Falcons in that winter final, how that will go. Because I feel like for Twisted Minds, their only shot at winning this tournament is through the upper bracket. If they have to beat Falcons in 2 straight best of 7s, they've shown so far this season that just isn't possible. You give Falcons that much time to download you, and eventually, I mean, they're going to win. So if Twisted Minds have a hope, it does feel like they have to do it through uppers, but I think that was the best showing that they could have to show, like, maybe we can take them down tomorrow. But again, Herc, I feel like this Falcons team is a little different than the one that played in Saudi eLeague Major 1 through 4. They're feeling a little different, a little more confident, a little more ridiculous. They were on cruise control that whole series. Twisted Mind definitely had to work a little bit harder. So, like, that's going to be a tough bout on Tuesday. I'm excited to get there eventually, but I'm with you. I like R8. I think GK do deserve a good shot. They did play a close series to them. I'm curious how they adjust as well. And I don't think we've really seen Vision at all. Falcons didn't really give us a chance to use our eyes and see them. They just crushed them. So seeing them in Bravado for quote unquote the first time will be nice, but they are going to go to an interview with Naupo, and thank you to Mo running the production behind us, doing the translations for us. We will be giving you his translations. It is not us translating Arabic ourselves. It is Mo, our wonderful producer, doing so. So shout out to Waje, who's been handling all the interviews, and Herc, his first question every time has always been, how do you feel about winning? And I really want Naupo to say is like, no, don't like it.
Okay.
Like
you asked me if there was a player that would say something like that.
Yeah.
I'll be so honest. It's either Vatira saying it or Zen. Those are the 2 people that I feel would very blatantly just be like, no, it was not enough.
Napo's answer to that question was he feels confident and he wants to make everyone proud. The second question is, what was the reason behind the scores being so close in those first 2 games?
Ooh,
Very good question.
I'm hearing a little back and forth.
Says every beginning of a series, we try to play safe and we don't take risks. I think that's fair enough.
That's pretty on par with how I feel when I watch them.
I wouldn't
take
put
the moment to
I wouldn't put
learn.
risk averse and Naupo next to each other in the dictionary.
It's his version of it.
Yeah.
Next one was, what was his secret in the first touch when he scored in the beginning? And he just replied, we moved and hoped for the best.
There's some pros out there that can't explain anything that they do. They have that natural gift where their brain just knows intuitively. That's exactly the type of response that type of player gives. Well, I just moved and the ball goes in. I go and I hope that they can lose and I beat them. But that's Naupo on the interview, going on to play Falcons tomorrow. So we did get a game 5 to start the day. That was fun. Honestly, I was very entertained by that, which is partly why I'm so excited for the lower bracket tomorrow.
Yeah.
But man, the top of Saudi Arabia are truly different, aren't they? Like,
Yes.
and even between those two teams, there's a gap. Like sometimes you got number one, and then you have like 2, 3, and 4 all kind of intermixed together, right? But in Saudi Arabia, it's Falcons, flat, Twisted Minds, and gap, and then everybody else. Everybody else trades with each other, but like those two teams hold that 1 and 2 spot respectively, and nobody can shake them off of it. They are simply too good.
Yeah, this is a very beautiful region. It's one of my favorites to watch, in all honesty, especially when you get to watch them singled out in events like this with their own, regionals against each other wholeheartedly. This is where you really, like you said, you can see the crazy gaps, but also the potential of the region as a whole, right? Some of these teams, that we're seeing, I believe it was Vision Esports, right? 2 of those players are 15. What are they going to look like in 3 years after playing, the TRKs and the Killers and the Ruases of the region, for so long? Eventually, everybody is going to level out a little bit. We've seen that more so in regions like OCE, where eventually when they start to level out, everybody starts to be crazy. And for a region like MENA to ever level out one day, right? For as insane as the top of the top is, they have the potential to truly take over the world.
It's a very young region for sure, a very young country in terms of its player base for Rocket League, and we see how good they can be. For the Saudi eLeague Championship, it has been quite the journey for Twisted Minds, who cannot get that next leg up. And even for some of these teams, I think it's cool to see the teams like GK and R8 and even Bravado in some cases. They do take games. They do sometimes take Twisted Mind the distance. Falcons much less so, but it just shows you that the gap, while it's there, is closing, and it might take some consolidation, or like you said, just more time in the pit training for these younger kids that aren't quite up to snuff or experienced like Twisted Minds and Falcons are. While Mawson doesn't have a ton of LAN experience, he does have LAN experience. And while Mesho maybe even a little less so outside of Saudi eLeague, they're still showing you that they gel really well, and obviously Napo's a freak. So, you have that combination together, but teams below them still find ways to compete against them. But as you improve, like Napo's also a really young player, and I think like his interview shows his slow maturity as a player, where he was all aggression, all risks, where now he's saying in interviews, we want to play it safer. We don't want to take risks all the time. And I think you're seeing that. You're seeing less hero ball from Napo, more still using his max and still taking hero opportunities. But there's a difference between playing hero ball and taking hero opportunities. And that's where Napo becomes a truly dangerous player. So taking a look at the bracket here, this is the end of the day. That was our last match today. We are all lower bracket tomorrow. Bravado, again, it was a forfeit against Vision because Abdullah had to be subbed out. We hope everything okay with Abdullah. Truk will be playing with them tomorrow against R8. And then Vision will play against GK. We will do, I believe, 4 matches tomorrow to get our last winner into the loser final. So by the end of tomorrow, we will have 3 teams left in the tournament: Falcons, Twisted Minds, and 1 of 4 teams that you see in the lower bracket here. Herc, pick one for me now.
Oh my gosh, honestly, R8 Esports. Keep it going. Keep the progress going. I want to see you go all the way through.
I like it. I certainly like R8. I think GK may have something to say about it, but we'll see how Vision looks against these teams not named Falcons. And that's how the bracket looks right now. Again, these teams playing for a lot of moolah. I believe it is, 375,000 reals? It was either 325 or 375. I do know, for those of you who do not use your main currency in reals, it's about $100,000 for this land. First place taking, I think, 36,000 of that. So we'll see what happens, but you can also get some of that prize money a little higher up in the bracket. But yeah, that's what we got for the bracket, and that's what we got for the day. We had a fun one at the start, and that's why I think the lower bracket tomorrow is going to be a lot of here, Herc.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be really, really fun. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. We know this is faster than what tomorrow is going to be. I expect it to be a lot closer, games to go a lot further in the distance and in the long haul overall, but it'll be a really, really good and exciting one. I'm so stoked, you know, for the potential of a rematch between teams like GK and R8, but also I'm so excited to finally see Bravado perform, even if it is with a substitute, and also to have Vision have their proper moment to show everybody what they're capable of. So lots of storylines gonna go down tomorrow, new ones, old ones, all that in between, and it'll be a really good morning for us. I was gonna say morning, but I'm pretty sure it's evening for you guys out there that are watching.
We have had some pretty crazy drip. I know our stream didn't see it, but I saw the Arabic casters doing the inverted duo drip. All right, that's full respect for any caster duo that matches their attire so well. Falcons win the drip game today, and obviously they're going to win the whole time because we see it everybody's jerseys, except for Bravado. We haven't seen theirs, but I know it's like.
They haven't come out yet. They might go and match.
Do they have a cool
tonight
jacket
or something? I don't know. We'll see. We'll find out tomorrow. You guys make sure you show up tomorrow, and then you can find out with us.
Yeah, make sure you show up tomorrow. We are going to go on a 24-hour break, or I guess less than 24-hour break.
Yeah, just a chill, small 20-hour break.
Yeah, just a quick 20-hour break, and then we're going to be live once more to get started with yet another day starting in the lower bracket tomorrow. You do not want to miss it, so make sure you're following the channel and make sure you're